Hello everybody! How you all doing today? It's good to see you all. Welcoming Joji, hello. Super, everyone else may be looking. How you all doing there? I hope your weekend has been good. Chat, I got a question. Is today Labor Day? I'm gonna have to Google. What day is today? Besides, apparently Star Wars Day. I forgot. Past Labor Day. Okay, what if I search what holiday is today in Australia? Okay, it is Labor Day in my state. Okay, but what if I search the UK? Because I had a friend tell me, okay, in the UK, it is the early May bank holiday. Commonly known as May Day, which involves traditional festivities marking the beginning of summer occurring the first Monday in May. Why bank holiday, though? Okay, so it is Labor Day here. Because every country or state has their own version. Hello, jellyfish! Yeah, black and blue. This was the outfit designed alongside this helmet. I do kind of like. How you doing? Think of the boob silver. How are you all? They found your name is a reference to Silk Song. It's not. We're telling you a Silk Song reference now. That is fair. It's okay, jellyfish. It also depends on the brightness. Also, we had 2 fortune cookies. Also, Joji, congrats on the first. Good to see ya. As Simba's fortune, working hard will make you live a happy life. Pretty nice. I mean, I don't like the fact that you gotta work hard to have a happy life. I think you just have a happy life. You deserve a happy life. And jellyfish, failure is the only opportunity to begin again, more intelligently. I don't know, I feel like just going, you know what, let's scrap again. Like, scrap it, start again. That's not a failure, that's more you. But, you know, it's a fair point. Your eyeballs don't work? It's okay if your eyes don't work right. My eyes don't work right. But I do hope everyone's had a good weekend. I kind of spent Saturday somewhat bored. I don't know. I'm not playing anything off stream at the moment. Let me turn up the brightness on my phone. It bugs me being so dull. But I'm not playing anything off stream at the moment because I finished majority of my games. And while I have Mega Man Battle Network 3, the difficulty spike for the final boss, oh my goodness, it just doubles in intensity. And I Google, hey, what is a strategy to help me beat the final boss? It was like, okay, stage 1, you want an aura chip. It should be your default chip. Like, okay, how do I get aura? You need to beat alpha mode of Bubble Man. And then you can do it. It's like, okay, how do I beat Alpha Man or alpha version of Bubble Man? Well, you're going to want to have this special battle chip. Okay, where do I get that? Post game, after you beat the final boss. Okay, so to beat the character that gets me the item to beat the final boss, I need to beat the final boss to get the item to help me beat the character that's going to help me beat the final boss. Like, and like, I was talking to Dead Son during it. I'm like, nah, I'm rage quitting this whole side quest. I'm like, I'm turning the game off. I'm gonna reevaluate how to do. Someone messaged a little lane said hi. I'm going to sleep. Which was that? Which I'm forgetting so many. Oh, on Saturday where you're streaming. Right. Yeah, I think I fell asleep. That or I got too into the conversation with Deadson because he was showing me some very cool stuff at the same time. And a lot of the time when I talk to Deadson and he's working on stuff, while I like to say like I'm working on something or I am playing something, chances are I'm going to be sitting back in my chairs just eyes shut, just chatting, like, because it's very relaxing to just chat with him sometimes. I downloaded CS2 on an Office PC you bought for like 30 USD. Can't run, it says i3 and i3 support DirectX 11. Oof. You have a spare i5 but don't have thermal paste. I find it so odd that it needs specifically thermal paste. Can't we just put toothpaste there? Don't put toothpaste there. Toothpaste is probably a bad idea. And hopefully you can... How much is thermal paste on Amazon? Out of curiosity. I know Amazon, big evil company, but... Oh, it's only like $9. Thermal paste is cheap. I can buy thermal paste at my local grocery store. That is weird. That was loud.
Juna_min_official just subscribed. Jippy.
Jippy. Thank you for the sub, Juna. I appreciate it. I'm also pretty sure Juna's still streaming. I don't think they can hear me. By currency, you can get some cheap thermal paste for $1 USD. That is... We pay way too much over here in Australia for a lot of things, and the reason why is because we're not manufacturing it. We have to ship it in. It sucks, but at the same time, it makes sense. Like, a lot of people will point at a lot of things that you gotta pay more for in Australia. It's like, yeah, but the things that we can manufacture over here are cheaper. Okay, that's always the bottom line that I see. But only other thing I did is Sunday. I've been playing... Like, it was technically third time joining my brother. First time was a week ago. I think it was a week ago. Maybe 2 weeks? I think it was just a week ago. And then one of the afternoons... that would have been 2 weeks ago. And then one afternoon last week. He was like, hey, can you jump on? I want to show you something quickly. So we jumped in for about an hour, and then, yeah, Sunday, played it. It's a survival zombie game. Similar to 7 Days to Die, but built to be more like Project Zomboid. But still, it's 3D. The problem is, like, we have... Like, because it was our first time playing, we're like, oh, for this world, we'll turn on the ability for resources to respawn. And that way, it's not as terrifying. The problem is, I started the game being like, okay, I know the major problem with a lot of survival zombie games is you run out of food and water so fast. So my character is going to start off as a construction worker, like, background, so I can build planters, and I'm going to start immediately cooking food. The problem is, it turns out food is in abundance when you allow... Like, even if you didn't have respawning items, The amount of food you find in the world is insane. I don't see a point in having planters to grow crops, especially because second point, for some reason, you have the ability to get meat from zombies. And even if it's not meat, they have the ability to get organs from any sort of living or undead creature. And this can all be food that you cook up. And there's no drawback. It's all good for you. In fact, if you were to collect, let's say 3 vegetables, and you were to try and cook up some food, it would be like, hey, this is going to heal about 30% of your hunger. You cook up any bit of this meat, it fully heals your hunger. Like, this is... Yeah, 18 to play with guns, you love them in games. I always find if it's... as long as the ping isn't too bad. I know when I'm over on Dead Sun streams and I play games, the ping makes it difficult to play the pew-pew. But yeah, the game we were playing, like my brother and I, it was called... Give me a moment. I'm trying to remember it. It's called Vane. It's in early access. I should try CS2. I am probably fine. I'm not a big fan of competitive shooters. Like, even if people... I know a lot of people say, oh, I don't play competitive, but it's still player versus player. I'm not really a big fan of the PvP stuff. And I remember there was like some skit about it where a person explained it as... Thank you for the boop sideline, welcome on in. They explained it as you are old enough that video games have been a part of... Oh, sorry, you're young enough that video games have been a part of your entire life, but you're also old enough that your beef is with the computer, not another player. And that's kind of how I see these competitive games. And it's like, even while I've said, like, I'd like to get into competitive Pokemon, it's really not for me, because I look at what competitive Pokemon has, you know, at what it becomes, and competitive is always just, here's the meta. You hardly change from the meta. And then you'll see someone where they win with an off-meta team, or they'll just have one Pokemon that isn't in the meta. And people are like, whoa, how did that win? It's like, oh, that's because the strategy was to combat the meta. Okay, but now it's become the new meta. Like, there was a Dragon Ball Fighters competition recently, and there's footage going around of one of the matches. Both people chose like Saiyan Saga Vegeta, and right as the match starts, they are 1-for-1 in their attacks. They keep clashing. They do the exact same motions. They both jump and do the air attacks at the exact same time. They both land. They do like the key blast. They rush forward and they do the exact same wombo combo. And everyone's like, oh my goodness, this is insane. And I look at them like, these two people practice the same meta video from YouTube. That's not impressive. Because the meta just becomes who can become more like a computer reciting a script. There's no fluidity to it. It's why I prefer a casual playthrough of, say, Pokemon than competitive, where you know that the more casual playthrough, they're going to experiment. Yeah, maybe they're going to go with a team, but they don't involve them more. Maybe they're like, hey, you know what? I like the fact that, you know, I've got a chance and I can give it an Avialite to make it more buffed. while a Blizzing would be strong, especially if you give it, you know, the Assault Vest. Like, nah, this is what I want. But, you know, like, you have those different choices, whereas, again, you look at the meta. You're gonna want to make sure you have Swift Strike Urshifu here. You want, I forget his name, the future Hariyama. That's gonna be on your team. The prehistoric Jigglypuff, yeah, we'll throw that in. You know what? Garganacl with that Minecraft-looking Pokemon. Its signature move. It does similar to Poison. Like, it's chip damage every turn. They gotta swap out to remove it. We'll also pair it up with someone who can do some form of setup with Toxic Spikes. Like, no, wait. Stealth Rock. We'd rather use Toxic, because that'll put pressure to swap as well. That's kinda... That's why I dislike competitive stuff. Like, I see it with card games as well. It's not about the comp you play for entertainment. That is true. You feel like... You like how it feels when you reload the EWP. Fair. You like the bold action rifle. I'll also do the hydrate in a moment. Hello, welcome in, Jams. 115 stream streak. My goodness, man. Just realized you haven't eaten your lunch. But I meant real life food for a second. You mean when I was talking about the zombie game? Don't eat the zombie meat. IRL, do not eat the zombie meat. Yeah, it's like... I don't know, I feel the meta ruins a lot of games. Like, even with card games, when everyone just wants to play the meta, it's like... It becomes a why bother. Like, I remember entering like one of the One Piece tournaments, like held at like a brand new card store. I haven't been there yet, and there were 3 people there, all with the exact same deck. And I'm sitting there every time. I'm like, "Wow, are you like? Do you know the other people? No, you just happen to come in with top tier meta deck. My deck is able to beat your one." Because yours relies on having less energy than me, and mine relies on having less energy than you, but mine can get rid of more energy faster. And yeah, so it ends up just being... Because it's meant to be best 2 out of 3, so you go through 6 to 9 matches against the exact same deck, and you're just like, this is boring, I want variation. Hello, Neo, how you doing? Take a look at things as a competitive Cobblemon player on a server that has its own ban list. You even have every mon, like... And that's why it's like, you need a ban list to try to make it fair. I remember when I started getting to like the first Dragon Ball card game. Not the second one, the first one. I have 2. And I remember them going, hey, look, here's a new set that's coming out. Oh, but this one card can be comboed with a Freezer leader. They're like, one of these 2 has to be banned. Meanwhile, I forget what card game it was. It was... I think it's the Digimon card game. They had a system that I really liked, where they were going, hey, these 2 cards, like this this style deck works way too well. Now we can ban card A, and you know that will fix, like that'll fix the deck, but it's going to piss off half the people because it's a commonly used card. Or we can ban card B, that also fixes it, but it's going to piss off a lot of people because it's also a commonly used card. It's just when these two cards are used together, it breaks the game. So they brought in a brand new rule saying, hey, because the synergy between these two is that broken, you're only allowed one of the two cards. You can't have both. And I appreciate that ruling because it's a case of, hey, look. Yes, Pot of Greed lets you draw two cards. That is overpowered in some decks that, you know, like an Exodia deck. But other times, sometimes you need that extra draw power. Just woke up, how are you? I'm alright. I'm getting through my pre-stream conversations and rambles. I kind of got to get used to chatting more like this before a stream, before I actually jump into a game. And I feel like at the same time I'm meant to clip these things and turn it into like short form content on YouTube and whatnot, but I'm not onto that second part yet. I'm just onto the talk. Also wanted to murder Windows 11 for them breaking Windows Defender yesterday. What did they do to it? Pretty much Windows Defender thought they were a virus when there wasn't. You saw one person on Twitter try to fix it for 3 hours just for it to be a Windows issue. Ugh. I don't know why Microsoft has to create all these problems. Like, well, I do know why. It's because they're apparently using AI to help them program things, and when AI programs things, that leaves in bugs. Don't let AI program for you. It's alright to look up with an AI, like, hey, how would I go about doing X or Y? Asking it how you would do something is fine, but then write it out yourself. Understand what the code is doing. If I am trying to program, let's say, a battle system for a game, and I'm like, oh man, I need to have a turn order. How would I do turn order? I don't go to an AI and like, hey, make me turn order. Ooh, and I put it in. No. What I would have to do is figure out a basis. One of my favorite bases is you have a speed value. So let's say your character has a speed value of 65. Your opponent has a speed value of 45. What you can do is you go, okay, turn order, both start at 0, it adds your speed value to that number, adds the opponent's speed value to their number, and then goes, okay, is your one over 100? No. Is your opponent's over 100? No. Okay, re-add the two numbers. Is yours over 100 now? Yes. You get to do a move, minus 100, because you're now at 130. It removes 100. You're now at 30. It goes, okay, you did your move. Is it over 100? No. Opponent, is yours over 100? No. You add 65. Oh, you're at 95. That's close. Opponent adds their 40. You're now over 100. And then what happens is by the time you get your third attack, you get a bonus attack because you have higher speed. AI wouldn't program that in, and if they were to try and program that in, you know, it would have issues, it would have bugs, because it wouldn't understand what you're doing. You saw an update is coming for Windows 11 with Steam OS as a benchmark. Interesting. I am kind of curious how the Steam OS is going to go. Like, I'm hearing some people talk about, like, I saw someone's video where it's like, oh man, the Steam controller price is like 90 USD. Oh, this is an outrage. I'm like, a little bit more expensive than a PS5 controller, but it looks like it has some extra features. That's fair. You know, I'm curious how much a Steam machine is going to be. Like, apparently there's a going to be a limited run of companion cube cases. Also cool. I don't think I'd buy a Steam machine because I don't really think I have much use for it. I mean, I'm using a dual PC setup for streaming, so I can play games on one and stream from the other. If I didn't have my second PC, maybe then I'd use the Steam machine. The Pro controllers are stupid expensive. That is true. I've never actually seen... No, I've seen the Xbox Pro controllers. I've never seen ones for other consoles. I saw one of the Xbox ones and I saw that it was priced at like over 200 Australian. I was like, yeah, no, not gonna happen. Also, finally do that healthy hydrate that Stibber gave me 12 minutes ago. Hydrating. You'd have considered if you didn't have a laptop and had money to waste. Also, we don't know the pricing yet. This I don't think we do. The bit that I like most is the fact that, yeah, we were told, oh no, RAM prices are skyrocketing. What are we gonna do? Oh man, this is bad for the Steam OS. Gabe Muir did not comment. No word whatsoever. Hey guys, the AI bubble is starting to burst and prices are going back down. He does absolutely nothing. And it works. Right, I forgot I got Dead Sun in the corner to block chat. The in-game chat. I need a proper sensor image, but for now, it's funny that I got Dead Sun. So, I had a look up since the last stream, so I'm like, oh, what is this quest thing? Because I was always hearing quests were different. I actually had to jump down a deep rabbit hole to try and figure out what had happened. Now, what it is apparently if you had a classic character, or sorry, a legacy character, you got the tattoo. If you had paid for 3 months subscription before the servers closed initially, you were then given cheaper subscription price for life. Where I think it's like $3 cheaper. $2 or $3 cheaper. The original cutscene. I mean, Realm Reborn. If you had completed most of the main story quest line, that is when the Scions would recognize you as well. And there were a couple quests here and there that would be remembered. So because I never really touched it, I don't get them, unfortunately. I instead get a bit of a Stolen Valor tattoo. Also, just saying, this was what? 2013 this trailer came out? I remember seeing this and being like, oh my goodness. Like, it is what made me want to play. You know, and for like a quick little description of what happened in 1.0 is like, Garlean Empire was basically causing the Lesser Moon, Dalamud, to crash into Eorzea. And I believe close to the end, it's revealed that no, that's not a moon. So like, during the final month, I think it was, they had it where dropships were appearing in Cartanu Flats, and it was just an all-out war. monsters were able to start spawning in cities. Hello, Raina. But yes, I absolutely adored seeing this cutscene when it first came out. And mind you, at the same time, yeah, I was talking about 1.0. The knowledge that I have of it. But like, I remember watching this trailer. At the same time of witnessing this trailer, I was in uni and I had the lecturer obsessed with World of Warcraft Mists of Pandaria's trailer. And I'm like, no. 2 people fighting and being stopped by a panda does not beat this. Just... you don't beat Bahamut. Nothing beats that. I was saying, it's an amazing song. Aw, look how young Meteor looked. I believe that's the fan name for it. This be his fan name. Has been given a new name. He has a real name now. I mean, I know we had the name from Shadowbringers, but I wasn't sure if that was technically him or not. I can't really go into that though, because spoilers. Man, like, I don't know, I always just love it. And again, just the fact that I had people being like, no, the Mr. Pandaria cinematic is the best one. I'm like, no, no. I was also watching something like people were mentioned, like had mentioned, like it was in an interview with one of the people. They had basically stated that they did not see the events of the game like going like for years and years and years. It's like it's all technically within a singular year. And I just look and I'm like, no, time has definitely passed for some of them. Welcome back, Helena's Void. Fortune cookie. Everything will come your way. That's quite good. know what Viper needs? As a Danetail? Dual wielding Zentetsu. 100%. I remember when the update was Samurai to get the Zentetsuken. I think even Dark Knight to get it. The amount of hate I had heard from some people. Just being like, oh my goodness, this doesn't even make any sense. I'm like, I don't know, I like it. We had to watch that, by the way. There's no not watching. Hey, look at me! Yeah, what a funny. Stop crossing my legs then. How are you, Kimmy? It's good to see you again. One day, new dude's gonna come here and see blue next and just wonder why emotes are pink. They're purple emotes. But yeah, they probably will. Yeah, like, I am kind of devoted to the thought that I'm not going to touch this character off stream. This will be a purely on stream. The upside to me streaming this will incline you to playing again. Hopefully you do, Siline. Hopefully you do. Because we need our own FC, nicknamed Gaijin Village, where we can stay there together and at the same time start to bring in other people, you know, other streamers and viewers to Gaijin Village, and eventually Gaijin Village will become massive. The only problem is I'm not playing on the Japanese servers, where Gaijin Village will be even more hilarious. It's Harley Blue. My colors. 7 levels on Warrior, 14 on Paladin, 30 on Dark Knight is all you have left. All has to be 100, Mike. I remember doing, like, getting to the level caps with all my crafters and gatherers. That was always a pain. I still love how, like, because yeah, I've heard negative things about Bear Among server. Yeah, I love how active it feels. Like, look at all these people. There's so many people around. Yeah, compared to like the European servers from what I'm used to, where there's, you know, hardly any. So, for a moment, the new people in the most. They did mention it. That is true. Also, just saying, Suba, gonna play Final Fantasy. Salan, gonna play Final Fantasy. Really come to Aether if you want to see lots of people. I am...
Catboy 1197 says launches a tactical nuclear boulder at a temporal _ Nick.
Quiet tactical nuclear boulder. Why can't it be a friendly boulder? I would check out Aether, but the main reason I wouldn't is just because I'm someone very, very toxic from my past.
Subba Phoenix says launches a tactical nuclear boulder at Catboy 1197.
Is that person meant to? No. That is not the person. I won't say names on stream, but I have just... I don't know, I had one person who was extremely toxic, and it took people the longest time to realize it because no one wanted to listen to the fact that their friend was being toxic and bullying people. I was a target because rather than Nyx, my character's name was Vox, and they did not like the fact I had Vox because their previous FC's tag was Vox, and they felt that people were only getting promoted because they were friends of the leader. And I'm like, well, yeah. That's kind of what it is. You need to trust the people you're going to promote to have these positions. If you don't know someone, you're not going to promote them. But yeah, so they started targeting me, and everyone was like, no, that's just the way he is. You'll get used to it. I left, and then he targeted... I believe there was about 5 other people who quit the FC, and 4 of which quit the game because of how targeted it became. And no one would listen. And they only listened when one of the FC officers were then being targeted. And they only found out because the guy tried to badmouth them to their sister. But then one of the people who used to be one of the officers, they're the one who's currently on Aether, and I'm like, no, I don't want to deal with that. Like, they basically said, look, if you try to get rid of this person because of the shit he's doing, we're coming after you. Because how dare you? I'm like, okay, so it's either doomed if I do, doomed if I don't. Cool. Oh my goodness, I missed a lot of the things. Someone also said they think they're on the Oceania server. I did have a character on Oceania, but those servers are so quiet. Like, the housing districts are empty. Bad. James is 90% villainous. Goodness. Colonist Void. 37% heroic. That's the high stat. Supposed to give up. No. My character. Man. Suba is 1% more heroic than villain. I mean, 1% more villainous than heroic. It does not like Suba being heroic. All you know is Suba is amazing. Suba is amazing. Am I doing? I'm alright. I'm kind of just running around in circles because I'm having too much fun just chatting and playing the game. The struggle to get a raid, had to wait for people's dailies. So that was my issue as well when I was playing on my Aussie character on this, like on these servers. Another streamer was playing, or Mailman was playing, because I was playing alongside him. The main issue I then had is whenever there was a story dungeon he had to do or any sort of story content, his friends were eager to jump in, but I wasn't really able to get any help. So I had one stream where I sat there for like 70 minutes in a queue. And I'm like, nah, I'm not. Like, no. No. And while, you know, I got pinged, I feel like a more populated server beats that. Anyway, let's do our thaumaturgy quest. The burgeoning or burgeoning power stains against the confines of your untried mortal shell. Still a trial you must have. From this day forth, your tasks and challenges will be shaped by the teachings found within thaumaturgy, the yawning abyss. a tome penned by the renowned thaumaturge Zozomaya. My brothers, who have not once tasted the bitter draught of defeat, will instruct you on the vital lessons to be gleaned from the 4 extensive chapters that comprise this exemplary work. Much shall you learn about the threats with which a practitioner of our art fights. The first chapter, the threat of intimacy, falls within Kokobayo's purview. It is only fitting that one so averse to being approached should teach you the wisdom to be uncovered therein. Hi. A lot of big words for a little Lalafell. Click. Ah! Yes, Kaporo, I've been expecting you. Allow me to read to you the pertinent passages from the opening chapter of Zozomaya's guide. The threat of intimacy. Ah, how magnificent the potent power we wield. Roaring flames, piercing ice, chucking bolts are matched not by fist or sword or spear. But the burly warrior waxes fearsome with every chopping step. Fists shatter bone, blades slide through flesh, spears puncture soft bellies. Know you this threat, and stand you apart from such men. Ugh, that last part makes me queasy no matter how to recite it. The lesson, however, should be obvious. Keep your distance from your foes. Apart from the agony of being hit, or stabbed, or worse, you will have a devil of a time completing an incantation with an enemy flailing his weapon at your person. Thus, the wise thaumaturge always relies or strikes from afar. The further the better. Now, let us proceed with your trial. Take this dried fish and set it down in the vicinity of the Silver Bazaar. Next, simply draw back to a comfortable distance and wait for a vulture to swoop in to feed. That's when you ambush the nasty creature with a barrage of deadly spells. Once you have slain the scavenger, be sure to retrieve a generous slice of vulture meat, or for 5 for now. Doesn't mind us conducting trials so close to his shop, as long as he is properly compensated. Yes, we pay him in sorcery blasted bird flesh. Kill a bird, feed a man. 67% slime. You're getting your slime back, Silime. Jellyfish, 75% slime. And where's Western Thanalan? Wait. Let me go here. Juna, 29% slime. I remember last week I was talking about like mods in the game. I remember there's one that people would tell me about, and it was basically if I turn back around and run towards groups of people, you see how some people will just start to pop in, like in the distance. More so when we were out here on this side where we could hear like the crowds. And what it is that there is a character limit that can exist on your screen at any given time. There is a mod which removes that limiter. And to what I have heard, it very easily breaks the game. Not in a, oh man, this is terrible. Like, no, it's just the game. Also, I did upgrade to, or up to Dawn Trail. However, no EXP up items for me, because I believe that's a pre-order bonus. Hello, single dad. The name she appears. There we go, that's a better example of people popping in. Ah, this desert heat. A little ladybug. We're gonna burn it. I will come for that tortoise eventually. And final terrible cacti. I don't like these cacti as much. They're not as adorable. I prefer the real little one. One. Well, I can't use that. I can use this. Miguel got it. Look at her run. Gonna keep running. Gonna open up this. Oh. I do not like these giant spiders. But we had to kill him. Now, unfortunately, we do have an ad about to start. I did spend quite a bit of time talking at the start of the stream. If you do get an ad, thank you for watching an ad. It does help the channel. Go get something to eat, drink, stretch, go above and all the other good stuff you may need. We're right here, waiting for you to come on back. I will, however, kill these. Should be more of the hunting log complete. There's one left for us to kill, which is the sunbat in central Thailand. Not in central, we're in western. I have a sip of my drink. Like, I feel it's so odd just to have these little goblins, guys. Like, they're so adorable. Even though we can't really see their faces, they could be horrific. Do we ever get to actually see the goblins without their masks? I like their little masks. I believe there is a cosmetic mask you can get. Another fate. Yep. Let's do it. Zap them. There's a little bit of experience, which we may need. And plus, we get achievements. Nope, nope. Had to attack the wrong enemy. Welcome back from the ad break, everyone. I'm just doing one of the random fates that happen. I dislike it when my keyboard stops responding for a couple seconds. It very much gives that threat of death. Actually warming up my PC quite a bit. I feel like quite a bit of warmth hitting me. I should die from the zap. Hopefully this is the last one. Yeah! Dried fish. Teaches us how interacting works. And there's our level 5 vulture. Like, it feels odd having a character not having the EXP boosters that I am very much accustomed to. Oh, go to the Chocobo Keep. This just allows us to ride a Chocobo between areas before we get our own mounts. Very rarely do I ever use them. I think the only time I ever really do it is it was a case of I need to go from A to B, but I want to go to the bathroom. Yeah, I'm making use of my testing grounds, are ya? Come up the fee then. Here's your bird meat. It's like so tender as a bit of meat pummeled with wanton wizardry. Nice doing business with you, Thaumaturg. Did you say Thaumaturg? This mage just completed a guild trial? Ah, Master Alchemist, what brings you out here to the bazaar this fine evening? This gentleman here just slew himself a plump vulture. You'd be surprised at how many of these scepter-wielding sorcerers end up sliced to ribbons by beak and talon. And that's the sort of flesh I have a taste for, you understand? Brothers, not again. And return spell. Oh, the pins into my foot. I may have been sitting my leg weirdly. Oh, painful. I don't know. There's something very therapeutic about this game. Okay, I've done your mission. Give me my reward. Welcome back. You seem to have done well. Both eyes intact, face appears unshredded. Truly is the most terrible feeling to have one's casting interrupted by a heinous injury. It's one of the easiest trials if you ask me. Keep well away from pointy, slashy, bashy things if you want to reach the end of an arcane utterance. That's just common. Fortune favors the fighter who flings fire from afar. Simply love the look of loathing leveled at me. The look of loathing leveled at me by distant duelists distressed by my deadly downpour. Ugh, with thaumaturgy excel at offense, fail miserably at defense. Our most effective strategy is to topple our adversaries with overwhelming force before they have a chance to respond. Honor is for knights and dead mages. Your studies appear to be progressing nicely. Won't be long before you dominate the battlefield as an avatar of sorcerous destruction. So it's true. Don't try and hide from me, Brago, or you, Bunny, or Bezzy, or Boha. Coco Boosie? What are you doing here? Oh, hello, Phyllis. How you doing? You promised you were teaching me next. Oh, yes, of course we did, but Toporo here was more insistent. Once again, you brushed me aside in the hope that I abandoned my heart's desire. Why do you deny me? Aw, I hate you all. Another 67% slime. Please, Bussy. You shouldn't say such hurtful things. They had delicate Brago is. Why are these names? That was Coco Bussy, our youngest brother. Though dearly wishes to become a thaumaturge like the rest of us, but it simply isn't possible. Poor boy's etheric levels are pitifully low. We thought we'd convince him to accept fate's cruel quirks when he entered the Alchemist Guild, but he yet yearns to walk the path of thaumaturgy. Such is Coco Bussy's determination that he spends all his waking moments experimenting with alchemical concoctions, seeking a method by which he can expand his capacity for arcane manipulation. Well, this is obviously not your concern. Back to the abyss with you, young thaumaturge. And I mean that in the most encouraging manner possible. The staff's worse than I already got. The robe's worse. The hat is technically better, but I don't technically have a hat on. Yeah, we'll get the little wristlet. Blizzard 2 deals R damage for the opponent's ability to target and all enemies near it. So that'd be the AoE. That's the regular. This is where I'm now going to add a third hotbar. Writing keybinds is in it. It's not them. Keybind. She'll be alright. She will be. Eventually. Okay. These... Well, hotbar 2 is getting the shift keys. Even though I can't really hit shift 7 onwards. Still being set that way. Hotbar 3 is gain the controls. There we are. Move these up. This goes there. Welcome in, Lally. Yellow bunny. Hey, there's a Final Fantasy badge. For the Fan Fest. Aww. I didn't know that was a thing. I feel sad now. But welcome in, Lally. Hope you're having a good day. Normally I don't look this color. I'm usually purple. I've got a channel point redeem that lets people change my color, as well as another one to change my helmet. Having a blast? I'm glad to hear it. I'm doing well. Starting a brand new character. Oh, I already got a better bracelet, I guess. Well, that was a pointless reward. But yeah, like, I was playing, well, not really playing. On Friday, I was looking through my old email address, one that I hadn't really touched in years, and found out that was the email I used for when 1.0 was out. So I found out I could make a new character and get the tattoo. So I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna start again. We're playing a new game later called via chat, and you're addicted to the fishing game. Now 30 awesome. So another one of the little COD zombies. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I remember getting VR chat years ago. By years, I mean just a couple years ago. But every time it finished installing, every single antivirus on my computer would pop off being like, oi, that's not good. That right there, that is bad. Don't do it. No. No. And it would always remove it or delete it. Like, it'll delete a file, and then it can't run without the file. No clue what was up with it at the time, but I just went, yeah, if it's not going to work, I'll delete it. Yes, the aura of power surrounding you is palpable. The glare begins to build by Thaumaturge's eye. The lesson today should be taught by Kokobani. Go to him. Here from the chapter entitled The Threat of Paucity. Our city? Aha! So you've come to learn from at the foot of the third eldest brother, have you? I promise you, however, your education shall not be third-rate. Let us read from the second chapter, shall we? Are you settled? No last moment trips to the privy? Very well. Threat of Paucity. Ah, how magnificent the ruthless power we wield. Flame devours, ice entombs, and lightning courses through the stricken bodies of our foes. But, oh, such desperation when the wellspring runs dry. Flame sputters out, ice melts into slush, lightning sparks no longer. Know you this threat, and mind you the limits of your mortal vessel. Terrifying thought, isn't it? Thaumaturge, who has exhausted his arcane reserves, is naught but a man with a stick and a funny hat. For we mages, we may as well equate the etheric energy flowing through our veins with our very lifeblood. Should a battle find us lacking in this precious resource, we're as good as dead. Controlling the expenditure of your power requires an understanding of etheric balance. The scales can tip in one of two directions, astrally or umbrally. When your mind and spirit lean in an umbral direction, your thaumaturgy is affected by a state known as umbral ice. Potency of your spells is diminished, but they also require less energy to invoke. On the other hand, Thaumaturge in the Astral Fire state will find the potency of the incantations enhanced, but at a greater cost to his aetheric stamina. Now, with the concepts of aetheric balance and efficient casting for most in your mind, I bid you go force and slay 8 Fs. Pray do your best to stay alive. It reflects badly on me when the mold corpse of one of our pupils returns to the ossuary. How many of their pupils die? Like, legit question. Like, the eldest brother has bandages over one eye. And they said that some have been, injured, by the vultures and shredded and whatnot. It's like, they don't seem to be like good teachers. Hello, Sarah Southpaw. Come back? Is that you? Oh, hello. Nice to see another player. I hope you're having a good day today. I am fairly old player. I've played since... I mean, my main character I made right when Heaven's Ward came out. But have played A Realm Reborn since, I think, just after release. 10-year Final Fantasy 14 vet. I think I started... I don't know when... I can't remember when Heaven's Ward came out, but that's when I made my main. This is a brand new character. I was showing this off just before. I found my very old account. I didn't get to play much on 1.0. But... Oh, because at the time I didn't have money. But I decided to create a brand new character on this account. I'm like, just curious to see how this goes. But it's wonderful to meet you. I hope you are having a good day. I'm also going to move. That weapon. You're about to head to bed, want to come say hi in game? Well, thank you. I do appreciate it. I do hope you get a good rest as well. I'm going to move this over. That's bugging me a little bit. I need to play on my main and play post Dawn Trail because Dawn Trail came out at a point when I couldn't really play, and I just never could get the motivation to jump back in. Like, I want to. I want to do the story updates, I want to do all the dungeons. But my main character, I unfortunately don't know many people on that server anymore. I should have allowed a macro. Okay. But it's... Yeah, I was on YouTube ban uppies. I had, like, for a while, I had a Lala character. I can't remember what emote it was. It was one of the ones where they do jump, their arms go in the air, and had it where it's like, they're asking for uppies. You're from Primal. My main is in, I think, Light? Like, my main character I made in the European servers. Purely because they had the server Phoenix, and I got Nix in my name. But if I didn't choose to be Bun Boy beforehand, I 100% would have been Lala. I adore Lalafels. The what? I mean, I do have 2 Fantasians. I could become a Lullaphil. But it is very nice to meet you. I do hope you get a good night's rest as well. But like, I'm over in Australia, and unfortunately... Ooh, friend request. Yes. Aww. Do I have a blush? I do. I can't remember what emotes you get at the start. It's nice to meet you too. I'm gonna have to try and do longer streams of this game as well. Like, I was sitting down thinking about it. They vanished.
Looks like we have another follower. Welcome to the channel.
But thank you for the follow. I do appreciate it. If you have any content helping general, let me know. Absolutely will. I really do appreciate it. Like, I tried to play this on the Oceania servers a while back, and there just wasn't enough players over there, unfortunately. I accept the worse king if it means being able to do content. Plus, I'm used to like 360 ping. So this doesn't really affect me as much. DC driver to Prime was fine. Ooh. My goal is to eventually get to the point in this where I'll be able to do things like treasure maps. Because I loved treasure maps. And I unfortunately never really had groups to do them with. Battle music does feel more Kingdom Heartsy. It does a little bit. Hello, Reina. Welcome on in. Right now, they're very proper. You have a whole group. Because as I used to play on like the European servers, I was part of an FC for a while, and I remember them saying we need to organize, FC events. I'm like, well, how about treasure maps? As an in-game activity, you can get money from it, and it's not just doing daily roulettes. And like, we can set up our own rule set of, how, like, who gets what. If it's your map, you get the items. But if someone is like, hey, I'm farming for X item, and you get it in your map, you're free to give it to them if you want. And I would even donate maps to some of the players. But the time to start was at 1 AM for me. And then I'd have people be like, hey, can you wait just a bit? I'm almost home. I just finished work. Just wait a little bit. I'm like, all right, we'll wait. And then it hits 3 AM. I'm like, dude, where are you? And they're like, oh, I'm nearly home. I just had to go do a bit of shopping. I'm like, that's not right. You made me wait 2 hours. It's now 3 AM. I'm almost home, And then they get home. Oh, I'm ready. And then other people are like, oh, hold on. It's now dinner time for me. I need to have food. I'm like, all right, let's wait longer. And then it's 5 AM. All right, let's do maps. We do one. Oh, that's enough for me. I got to get up early tomorrow. Like, you guys suck. Making me wait. Like, stay up all night to do a single map. And that is it. Then I had people get angry at me because I started saying, look, we're going at essentially 1 PM server time. Which was starting at 11 PM for me. And I'd say to him, look, the moment it hits that time, the train leaves the station. You're willing to join us at another stop, but we aren't going to wait around for you to turn up. And then we would finish, and then again it gets to like 2:30, and they go, oh, when is it starting? It's like, it's already finished. Everyone finished the match. Oh, well, no one told me. You should have waited for me. I'm like, you had a time. Let me catch up on chat a little bit. Raina, fortune cookie. Life is too short to hold grudges. But life is also too long to just forgive willy-nilly. Right now with Fates, 2 hours or so, you can make almost 1 million just selling the vouchers. And one map from Maps, you sold for 15 mil. My goodness, that is good. 15 stream streak, my goodness, Raina. Your message was sensitive, I'm gonna read it out. That's messed up. He thinks the whole world should wait for him. He sucks. 100%, but it wasn't just one person. There was a couple of them, like 2 or 3, and they would do this. One of them is one of the reasons I eventually left that FC. They kind of became too entitled. Like, they would have a go at one of the 2 owners of the FC. Because they're like, oh, as soon as we log on, they're like, oh, join me for this. Like, they're treating us like their own personal completionist group. And then that's what they end up doing. They see someone log on and they go, oh, good, you're online. Okay, we're doing roulettes now. The person's like, well, hold on. And he goes like, nah, we're doing roulettes. Come on. So, yeah, people are hypocritical. I just stopped playing Dervis because friends are all in different time zones, so we could rarely get together for it. Like, that's... I 100% feel that. One of my few friends I still have from my old Final Fantasy days. Like, they live in the UK. They're a proper adult with a job. Gotta say it weirdly. So, we really can't meet up to play games. Which sucks, but, you know, that's life. Like, there'll be times when I hear people, like, I'll see people, like, complain, but like, oh, young people these days, they're complaining, saying, I miss COVID days. Don't you know how bad COVID was? And then I look and I'm like, yes, I understand. But similar to the I miss old internet adage, or saying, like, it's not about missing the bad, it's about the good. Old internet was bad because it was a lawless place. Horrible things could happen and there's nothing you could do about it. But it was also good because it wasn't filled with advertisements absolutely everywhere and companies trying to monopolize things. If you want to read an article, you do not have to scroll past 20 ads just to read the article. That is, you know, the good part of old internet, is how free it truly was. I did not mean to click that, I was trying to click cancel. And then similarly, when I hear people say they miss COVID times, like, I feel it because that's when I was super into playing this with friends. Or that I had made in the game. I would sit there and I'm like, alright, I've had dinner, I've had a shower, it's now, say, 7 p.m. Okay, the people who live around Germany are now starting to log in. Like, there are 3 people in the FC that will be logging in. So I'd hop on, I'd greet them, check in, make sure things are good. Then it's about an hour later, I'm like, oh, okay, now these couple of people are now waking up. They're now logging in. And I'd be able to chat and hang out with them. It was good because I knew the people I like to play with would be there to play the game with. Yeah, if... Like, one of my brothers said over the weekend we played a zombie survival game. It was good being able to play with him again. Because again, going back to dark COVID times, he was not an essential worker. And so I could play games with him quite a bit. I would, see him, just online. I'd jump in his Discord. I'm like, hey, what's up? What are you up to? He's like, oh, playing 7 days tonight. Cool, I'll jump in. Nowadays, it gets to the weekend, and it's if he's not too tired and he's not having to fix something. And yeah, that's kind of what I see when I hear people say they miss. People are sucks who won't be friends with them anymore. Pretty much. That's when the last group mate. We were friends, and they would be the more deadline fighter. Everything progress is sucks. Couldn't be efficient. They just wait till the last minute to do it. Sleepless night. I was so tired and stressed. Stop being friends with them. It's fair. Run thought we'll just not vibe with you. And that's very much one of the thoughts is you kind of got to give people what they give. You get what you give. But it's like too, like a little bit more of the adage that I was saying. And like one of my nephews, like they see how I'm at the moment, I sleep until about 1 p.m. because of the neighbor's dog situation. And then he'll be like, oh man, I wish I could do that. I'm like, what, sleeping till 1? He's like, yeah. I'm like, why do you want to do that? He goes, oh, because staying up late is cool and I want to do that, but I'm not allowed to. And I'm like, okay, so you don't like what's happening to me that causes me to have to do this. You like the freedom of the night because you don't have your parents or your brothers breathing down your neck. You know that you can sit down and play something without them being like, I want to turn. You got to help me with this. You got to help me with that. Like, that's what you like. It's the peaceful freedom. But for me, whenever I hear people say, oh, I wish I had your life, it's like, no, you really don't. So that's kind of just what I see a little bit, like, very long roundabout chats. Aha! You're right before me, upright and breathing. Wonderful, it is so much simpler to pose questions to a student without having to resort to necromantic divination. Tell me, what action should you take if you found your thaumaturgical endurance exhausted in the midst of battle? Lee. Oh, most practical indeed. Discreet withdrawal to await the replenishment of your energies is a sound strategy. But should there be nowhere left to run, a vial of ether can be your stoutest ally. Ah, ether, the draught of the gods. We thaumaturges indeed. Any who practice the arts of arcane manipulation value this substance above all others. Thus, it was with unbridled fury that we received the most recent report of beastman activity. Seems an Amaja raiding party has attacked a caravan on the trade routes and made off the entire crate of precious ether. The time has come for you to put your new knowledge to the test. Annihilate those Amaja bandits and retrieve the cargo of ether-filled vials. According to the report, the armored war transport was last spotted to the south of Drybone. I believe Kokabuki has an additional request. While you're busy incinerating Amaja, be sure to collect some samples of their blood. See if we can draw any from the smoking remains. Can't sip enough my drink again. Also, Salam, if you played this and I oh, gotta go all the way up there. If you play this again and I paid for a server swap and you came to this server and Suba made an account on this server and Dead Son, I'd convince him to get a character and play on this server, and Juna, who's 98% heroic, so you know that they do it, create a character on this server, and Reyna, create a character on this server. You don't have to server swap or no FC without it. So you don't have to server swap unless you want to join an FC. And you want to join an FC with me because we can have Gaijin Village, and we can try and buy a house eventually. And if we get a house or a mansion, we can make it look like Gaijin Village. And I'll get help doing treasure maps with a new friend, and I'll buy an FC from someone, which is probably still hecka against EOS. What was the other thing I got? Right, a chocobo brush. Once I hit level 15, I can do the Smith tutorials, and I can get the EXP plus from it. But you can do data center travel. I know, I don't know if it's been updated, but I remember it being that any America server can swap between the data centers, like just to travel and visit each other as travelers. And you can visit the Oceania one. I don't know if Oceania is allowed to travel outside though. But I do remember them saying that they wanted to make it that anyone can travel anywhere. But I like the thought of an FC known as Gaijin Village. I used to hate these toads because of that move. I mean, really, it's the labored leap, but I hate it. There's two next to each other. I'm gonna go for that one. That no, it takes time to cast. Bow, bow, ba, ba, down. And sleep. Like, I know that they have submersibles or submarines, technically, and airships that FCs can do, and you can get certain materials, and apparently it can be sold for a lot, or a decent amount. I've never done it. I do remember, though, that apparently it was tied to the old diadem, which, since I'm saying old, they did get rid of it. So no clue what it's about now, but I would like to learn. So was just moving my headphones to figure out if that hum was my computer or the fan. It's the fans. So here's a fun fact. Before anything else, we're going to the camp here. Known as Camp Drybone, in an area known as Drybone. Part of a desert that's meant to be very dry. There is a sightseeing log somewhere in this area that required it to be raining. And apparently there was a lot of people who complained by how difficult it was for the timing. That they increased how often it would rain or shower like this. So this is now the area that rains the most, which makes the name Drybone very comical. Lucid Dreaming, gradually restore own MP. I'm gonna put that over here. This is in my I gotta click it section. Yeah, rather than being like, oh, I'm gonna press the button, I just click it. Run out of MP. And I just remember a long time ago, the items that they dropped, the meat and the horn, was worth a decent amount of money. I remember it because I think like the meat once upon a time was like selling for 2,000 gil. The horns were selling for 750 gil. So nearly 3,000 gil in total if you manage to get both. And so I would sit here killing every single one I could just to get all the items and then sell them. They were probably better money-making games, but you do what you gotta do. Welcome in, Ender King. Common Rider inspiration recognized. This is actually more... Oh, the helmet, surprisingly, is a bit of Gundam and a little bit of Mega Man, I think it was. The outfit, I kind of went, I want to zigzag because I didn't know what to put there. And overall was very much inspired because the Great Saiyaman from Dragon Ball. But, you know, it is Kamen Rider adjacent. But welcome on in. I hope you're having a good day. Normally I am purple. I've got channel points to swap my colors, which I gotta do more of, but I'm working on a different, like a little VTuber project which should make color swaps easier. I also got helmet swaps. Uh-oh. I pressed the button for the one that opens up something else. Because there's a Captain Falcon little, like... It's very interesting, like, how many characters do actually have this style, but I absolutely loved it. A small part of why I have the visor so dark, it wasn't meant to be this dark. VC face can't track my eyes. I don't know why. I have others come in, they use VC face, and the eyes move. I sit down, it could be because of my glasses, but I look around, and even when I take off my glasses, though, the eyes don't move. So I'm like, alright, darker visor it is. Which way? That is actually quite funny. Why is this bouncing? I don't like that this is bouncing. I've created a brand new character on Final Fantasy 14. I want to re-experience the story because I really like the game. Like, I wanted to... A part of me wants to actually see what it's like to be the new player again. I also question the characters who are sitting around in their underwear. Why? But then again, why not? Oh, I'm nearly level 15, so I should be able to do those Smith quests, get my EXP boost ring. I am curious about one of the updates they talked about where your item level is synced to your highest character's item level. Like, at the moment, my item level is 7. But if I had a, like, if I get 2 characters, let's say level 100, I say Thaumaturgo, eventually Black Mage, and then I have a Samurai, whichever one has the higher item level, it will sync to. Which, to me, seems like fun, like less grinding. Do I detect the scent of ether? And I trust that stench is Amalja blood. Here you go, everything you wanted. A whole 10 vials, 20, 30. Sight of so much ether is just so comforting. What have we here, Kokobani? Since the crate that was stolen, I see his lessons have had the desired effect. I will assume the vile, vicious liquid you have there is the beastman blood. Kokobushi should be pleased. Kokobuki, you left word for me to visit the ossuary. We finally decided to begin my training in thaumaturgy. Ah, good for you to come. The pro here was here. Well, he was kind enough to obtain a supply of Amalja blood for you. An alchemist acquaintance of mine explained how you had been using the substance in your research to create mana amplifying elixir. Naturally, we are most interested in the results of such experiments. But you see, your work as an alchemist has already put you in a position to work alongside us. You need to become a thaumaturge to be part of our family. That's right. Besides, the battlefield is a dangerous place. Our skills are not exactly suited for keeping others safe from harm. See, this is but another attempt to dissuade me from pursuing my true calling. I do not want to cheer you on from the safety of my workbench. I want to fight at your side. But we just cannot stand the thought of you being harmed. Pray do not do anything foolish. Ahem. The Pearl, if you were done here, would speak with you further. Can I have that staff? It looks like a little tiny fork to me. Got a good fork. As I mentioned before, Kokobushi is dangerously unsuited to the wielding of thaumaturgy. Even with the proper training, he'll be unable to evoke the smallest flicker of flame. Were he to attempt to force a manifestation of power, the strain on his woefully inadequate etheric reserves would likely kill him. But I do not request your presence to discuss my brother's tragic circumstance. You have completed every trial set before you thus far. I believe you are sufficiently entrenched in the abyss of thaumaturgy that a sojourn to another guild would not unduly affect your studies. Within the walls of Oldar, you might visit the Pugilist Guild and train at the feet of Hammond Holyfist, or cross blades with the First Sword and Miller of the Gladiators Guild. Or, should you tire from the demands of battle, there are guilds that offer instruction in the trades of weaving, goldsmithing, and alchemy. I believe there is even a guild that teaches mining of all things. I should hope, of course, that thaumaturgy remains your first and foremost obsession. Do not absent yourself from us for too long. So yes, we now have the ability to access the armory system. Quests to unlock the other classes have been undertaken, or can be undertaken. So now we can go to other guilds and be any class we want. With the exception of ones outside of our level range. Oh, they already say Beastmaster. That, I believe, does not come out until September. But it is one that I do want to try out. It's a limited job, so you can't do proper dungeons. Or, like, you can do proper dungeons, but you can't open your duty finder and queue as you normally would. You also can't do the story as a limited job. Same with Blue Mage. Because I guess it's too varied in what you can and can't do. But as an example, Samurai, I believe you need to be level 50 to unlock it. And I think it is one of these quests. Yeah, so there's Enter the Viper, you need to be level 80. And Way of the Samurai, gotta be level 50. But... oh, and Killer Instinct for Reaper. I like Reaper. But the basic ones you can do right away. I believe the only other job quest you can't get right now in a Realm Reborn, even if I used a level skip, I wouldn't be able to get Dark Knight, Scholar, I mean, no, not Scholar, Astrologian. I think it's just, yeah, Astrologian and Dark Knight. Oh, and Machinist. The three of them require you to go to Ishgard, I believe. And Ishgard you can only get to once you hit Heaven's Wall. And not a moment earlier. Unless there's some glitch that I'm unaware of. I've never really noticed that banner before. And I really need money in this. I only got 270 gil to my name. It gets easy to make guild later on. A lot easier. Nope. Nope, don't want to repair. Maybe it isn't. I thought it was the smith. Perhaps it's when you've reached the point of like the first dungeon. We can also go into the gear set list and go plus. Picking what they're given. Look what the cool dragged in. Good to see you. I'd ask what brings you, but I reckon we both know the answer to that already. Well, have I ever let you down before? Wait, don't answer that. So it happens I know a fellow by the name of the Danon, who needs a hand. The merchant by trade, selling precious stones to those in Uldar with the means to buy them. He's asked to send any looking for work his way. You can find him over in Horizon, if you fancy. That's in west of Thanalan, mind you. Cross the bridge, north of Scorpion Crossing, and the road will take you there. Knowing the circles he deals in, might be he'll have some talk of the royal family that will interest you as well. Want to make use of the Chocobo Portal for your journey? No thanks. No, I do not want to use the Chocobo Portal. I am not that rich. I will have it do this lev meat. Leave meat? Go nearly double my money. Ah, Mamoda said you might have come. Do you want to undertake one of my many guild leaves available? Guild leaves are the means by which we document requests for assistance from citizenry prior to assigning them to adventurers. From battlecraft that require extermination of monsters to tradecraft, which ask for the creation of goods. The tasks we term leave quests are many and varied by nature. Should your interest be piqued, I suggest you make your way to Horizon. Speak to Totonoba. Be happy to set your feet on the path. Wow, wait, two people who want to talk to us in Horizon? So many people. Like, hello, Big Lee. How you doing? Look, Big Lee, I'm a bunny rabbit. Oh. I hope you're doing well today. 3 stream streak, my goodness, man. What is that emote? Pumpkin Potion 1. I always hear Frizzy talk about Pumpkin Potion, and I see some of their clips, like, pop up online. I've never seen them, like, stream. I should really check them out. Oh, right, I can unlock the housing district. There is no way I'm gonna be able to get a house on this server. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make do with the mansion I have over on my European account. We have an ad starting. If you do get an ad, I'm going to thank you for watching an ad. It does help support the channel. You get something to eat, drink, stretch, go to the bathroom, all the other good stuff you may need, and I'll be right here waiting for you to come on back. If I find more of those giant turtles, I will kill them, but I won't do the main story quests. can actually press H. I do need to kill 3 bombs. Which I believe is up there. I think it was 3 bombs, 2 of the copper goblins. Upon was actually thinking, like, do I pick up the minor class? I think that's what I end up doing in, like, when I try to play this, you know, quite a while back. As doing leave quests are an easy way to make money, and it's easiest as gatherers. Gonna blow up. You can now accept the next class quest. Oh, and the next one gives me a ability. We've got another 40 seconds left for ads. I love seeing like the city in the distance. Looks pretty. And that should be ad break done. Welcome back from the ads, everyone. If you got an ad, thank you for watching an ad. If you didn't, thanks for being subbed. At first, just quickly spam through the porter. When you get to the gold saucer, I believe it's right after you unlock. I can't remember if it's right after you unlock the airships, or if it's level 30. But there's Chocobo Racing, and one of the rewards you can get if... I think you gotta win a certain amount of races. You can get that Chocobo helmet. And we can see it in achievements. I think under character, gold saucer, gear rewards. No, you have to get a pedigree 9 chocobo. To get a pedigree 9 chocobo, you start off with a pedigree 1. You do, like, you gotta feed it a bunch of items, and you do a bunch of races, and after it reaches a certain point, I think it's got to get like 60% of its way through its total races that it can do, because they have like a certain limit until they have to retire. At that point, you can take your chocobo and buy I think it's the Pedigree 1 breeding license. You take it somewhere, you breed it, you get a Pedigree 2 chocobo. And you rinse and repeat this with a whole bunch of training and racing, and eventually you get to a Pedigree 9 and you get the chocobo mask. If you can do the challenges or challenge races, which is hard, get special barding. Race 3,000 times, you get a veteran jockey. If you get chocobo to a rating of 285, which is basically a Pedigree level 9 chocobo with the capacity to have max stats in everything, you can then get a chocobo rating of 285. That is a pain. But this is one thing I like, is every achievement gives you points. So like, oh, you got a new chocobo through covering. You get 5 achievement points. Whereas, 3,000 races, you get 10. You know, some of them are done just by a simple grind. Some of them are through, like, some are meant to be more challenging. You get a parasol for winning 150 open tournaments. I love Triple Triad. You notice a new thing with Twitch recently. You know how it said welcome to the chat room? Now it says to the streamers now. I have not noticed that. That is cool. I tried to check it, but there's been too many messages that scrolling up doesn't reveal them all. We'll attune to this. Dandanan. Temporal, I presume? I remember said to expect you, and so I have. Welcome to Horizon. Ours is a trading settlement that sees goods in and from the port of Vesper Bay to the west. And trade we do. Every day goes by that Horizon is bustling with some manner of merchants and officials. They keep us running about busy, they do. Even so, that I wish I had chocobo legs in place of my own. That's why I asked Bomadi to send me any souls looking for work. 12, no, there is plenty of it to be done around here. Speak to me again when you're ready to make yourself of some use. A picture with an example. Heck. Welcome to streamers chat. That's kind of cool. I do like that. We need pants. I will do that in a second. I also want to hand in this quest so we can fully unlock Live Me. Fine evening to you. My name is Totonawa. I'ma just skip that one. We gotta do the most basic one. Marvelous. What a warning when near death, he's so wont to flee to their kin. So that be as quickly, lest it become a meal for its mates. And we also have guild leaves. Which, I guess that's guild leaves. My brain was thinking of something else. Never mind. Apparently Twitch is going to be adding a thing called Game Lift, where you play short demos. If I'm honest, I'm not liking the direction Twitch is going, especially with the fact that certain streamers with names I'm not going to name are doing very controversial things on stream. And despite it being against TOS, they kind of just shrug and go, oh no, that's fine. They've got a face cam. They can do whatever they want. Give an example of the Reanimal demo. It's already on Steam. I'll have to check that out. I can't remember Reanimal. Now. Oh, I remember seeing things. Also, Spoopy. Little Nightmare dev game. Yeah. I mean, if they have a formula they know works. It so happens I have a situation that must be resolved post-haste. I do mean post-haste. I'm plumb out of my premium product, and my latest order is yet to arrive. If I keep my customers waiting any longer, this could irrevocably damage my reputation. What's worse, I paid my man in advance for his services. Despite his assurances that it'll be a simple affair, I've heard nothing since he departed for Copperbell Mines days ago. Find Drunken Stag and give him this notice. I can't afford any further delay. That is a very quick quest. Run up here. But it's kind of interesting how you see some devs, like indie to middle tier devs, where every single game they do, they try a completely different formula. Whereas, like, for example, I think Aggro Crab. The amount of variety in their games. The fact that they did a Going Under, like a roguelike beat 'em up. They did another Crab's Treasure, where it's a Souls-like game. And you have Peak, which is a very silly game. And next they have Crash Out Crew. Every game is different. And then you have other devs where you kind of look at the... I don't know what you'd call it. Like, I know discography is usually for, like, musicians. But like, you look at all the finished products, and, like, it's kind of the same basis. You sometimes, like, a different story. Like, some variation to mechanics, but the base is the... But again, it's like, if it works, it works. What do you want? The Dannon's product? He can send all the nurses he likes, but it won't change a thing. Concern has closed the mines due to some incident in the depths. Oh, it's a shame too. Lost a decent haul just over yonder during all the chaos. I'll take the shoes. The product you heard Dannon going on about is a valuable gemstone known as raw nashashite. Nashashite. Sounds weird. Nashashite. Managed to dig up a goodly amount just before the mines were closed up, actually. Packed it up and hoarded it out, even. But then them 12 damn goblins came along. Not like any goblins I'd ever seen before. and hungry only for good rocks. They had eyes for my gemstones, so I had no choice but to oblige. Stone torches had their hands full evacuating the mines, and they ignored the beasts. Even now, they're only concerned with keeping people out. Please, friend, if you're willing to face the goblins, would you bring me my Nashashite? I need a better word for Nashashite. Chaos, but chaos bad. I actually wouldn't mind playing a randomizer for a Final Fantasy. I don't know which one. I don't know if they even exist, but I reckon it'd be fun. Oh, because of the fire effect, I'm not healing MP. Okay, I now know. Getting the raw Nashashite for them. There we go. All the Nashashite that you could ever want. There is a dungeon there that we get to go to later. Just not necessary for now. How'd you fare, friend? Did you find the raw Nashashite? Here you go. Looks like wind gems. Beautiful, isn't it? Rather than many stones and more expensive than most. They say the green is the same as the eyes of Nanasha O Nasha, who once ruled as the Sultana. This should save Dadanan from his troubles, if there's enough left. There's far less here than what I found. I reckon those goblins made a meal of the stuff. Darn waste. I'll take the weird hat. You like a chance to make some money, right? Then I know just how to repay you for your kindness. Swarms of sun midges have been harassing travelers on the road connecting Horizon to here. Gonna so bad the brass blades have started paying folks to keep the roads clear. If you find it hard to believe that swarms of tiny midgets could be so troublesome, then you've never seen a chocobo driven into a frenzy by one. There've already been some terrible accidents. Do your part to slay a few swarms. After that, let Fifalupa know. He'll reward you for your trouble, maybe even offer you more work. Kill 4 swarms of midgets. One up there, but ran to it. I'll go for this one. Poor little bugs. I mean, look at them. And all that low poly grace. Go zap. I am not going to the fate. I mean, if I don't pick up minor, I have an idea. Now, we aren't too far off from being able to unlock the the airship. But while they said, oh, there's miners that you can become, like, if you want to gather rocks and whatnot, that's cool. There. Oh, I can unlock how to dye stuff. But as cool as it is to be able to do that. So this is all of Thanala. Earlier we were over here in Camp Drivo. Across this bridge, you will find higher level enemies, I think around level 30. You can travel along here and you'll enter the South Shroud, which we don't have any imagery of. But you're down here. Dodging the enemies, we can make our way up and around into the Central Shroud, where it's going to be a lot more peaceful. And we'll be able to enter Gridania. In the back corner, we have the Botanist Guild. While, in a sense, identical to the mining class, it has one slight advantage. At a low level, you can harvest berry apples. Berry apples, similar to the raisins, can be eaten to give yourself that 3% EXP boost. I haven't eaten any of the raisins because I'm like, oh, but what if I want the 3% EXP boost later? So now I have that choice. Do I want to try and make this long run to try and grind out some of the apples? Or do I play normally? I honestly don't know what to do. I really wish I had a face cam as well, because it'd really sell the point of what I'm... the mental anguish I'm going through. Just... Play what interests you? That doesn't help me, Siloam. Because both interest me. What other emotes do I have, by the way? Can sulk. Do both. I can't do both. I can pose. So 3% EXP, but as I said, it doesn't sound like much, but that is going to help me more than anything. Wow, I got 2 spam bots in a row again. Gotta eat. Oh, good, Silent. Thank you for hanging out. I do appreciate it. I hope your leagues are going well. I'll talk to Fifalupa. Greetings and salutations, adventurer. What do I owe this? What? You've seen how many swarms? Yeah, my sincerest thanks. The brass blades have been struggling to keep them in check. Your assistance is greatly appreciated. Will you be staying in Horizon long? If so, there is much, much more you can do to help here. There to Lost Hope. Pray allow me to enlist your aid, brave adventurer. I would have you ascertain the whereabouts of a missive I sent to Lost Hope the other day. Captain Leofric is stationed there. Ever since he was transferred, we've exchanged letters, but never before has it taken this long to receive a reply. So I fear the courier may have met with some misfortune en route. He must have made it to Central Thanalan, or the Rouse Blades that patrol the roads between here and Scorpion Crossing would have seen something. But if she made it as far as the Blackbrush Station, she would have surely delivered the letter by now. Lost Hope is practically on its doorstep. I suggest you focus on your search on the road to Blackbrush Station in Central Thanalan. With luck, you'll find her quickly. I don't know why. The other night when I played this, there wasn't much warmth coming from my PC. Tonight, there is so much of it. Like, it is stupidly warm. Now, don't get the gathering log until I get the class. So, even though a part of me is thinking it was a low-level item I could get, I don't even know if it really was low-level. Let me stop running for a quick second. I can search FF14. The wiki. Okay, it says it the level 16 item that, yeah. Cool. Need me a level 16 gatherer. I'll ignore them. Huh? A letter? I got Fifalupa's missive right here. Won't be delivering anytime soon, though. Gotta attend to my bird's injured leg first. Even the most minor of cuts can fester if ignored. Fifalupa sent you, right? Surprising matter. Why don't you take it the rest of the way? Lost Hope's just past the Blackbrush Station, to the northeast. Look for the tents by the river. Yeah, I'm just not sure. It's a hard choice. I mean, realistically, it's gonna be an hour or two of grinding. Like, not even that. But that 3% could save me quite a bit of time. Depending on how many I could gather. Like, I feel like I need to have the gear for it as well, which is hard part. Juna! Thanks so much for the raid! Welcome on in, raiders. Those who don't know me, my name is Temporonix. I'm a superhero themed Beachwood Station, Australia. How you doing?
Brigalatuk just subscribed. Thanks to @Juno_min_official for my sub gift.
Entered month 3. Like, Goodness. Hi, Kemi. Hi, Bree. Hi, Raina. Hi, Juna. How was the rest of your stream? Let me give you a proper shout out. Everyone do check out Juna. They are wonderful. They are amazing. How's Avatar? It was good. I'm glad to hear it. I am playing through more of this, trying to get a bit further. I'm hitting a conundrum. I hit level 15, and I can now... Well, technically it was a level 10 quest. But I can now accept other job classes. And if I want, I can become an armorer. I can be a goldsmith. I can be a chef. Or I can be a gatherer. I can become a botanist or a miner. And I'm trying to figure out if I should do the botany right now. Like, should I quickly run across dangerous fields to do it? The main reason for doing it is because at level 16, I should be able to collect or start harvesting fairy apples. When Eden give you a 3% EXP buff for 30 minutes. And it is an item that I can get a lot of. And I really want to get EXP buffs now rather than later. But don't know if I should. Thinking about the boop and the 2 hydrates and the puzzle check. Now, before I do the puzzle check, I'm gonna... Now my fan should be able to hit me a bit more, and it should be less hot. Why did I wrap a hair around my thumb? Now my thumb hurts. Right, and 2 hydrates. Healthy hydrate. Unhealthy hydrate. Put over my drink. Think that you didn't think yourself. Oh wow. I mean, if anyone does need to raid and run, I do understand. Self-care isn't. But if you want to hang around and chat as well, it's also really appreciated. Also, Jenna, you should play this with me. You should get an account. If you get an account, then Sideline would definitely have a reason to come back. And then I'm sure I can convince Dead Son. And then I can convince Bree. And then we can get our own guild, or FC, as they can only do this. And we can eventually get a house and call it Gaijin Village. Gaijin Village. Just passing through. Will you be staying a while? Here's a letter. Pifalupa sent all this way because of a late letter? Boy, is still far too earnest. Despite my demotion, he continues to call me captain. But he has no idea what it means to be transferred to Lost Hope either. Brass blades don't give a cocoon's bird about this settlement. No one in Uldar does. All here being forsaken, adventurer. The refugees, the protectors, and you will be too if you're seen associating with us. Thank you for the letter. Now, for your own good, leave. Okay. I'm going to become a botanist. I'm going to get this 3% EXP buff because I don't have the Circlet of Friendship, which requires the refer a friend. I believe that gives you I think it was a 15 or 20% buff. I didn't pre-order Dawn Trail on this account, so I don't have the earrings that give you a 30% buff. I'm not part of an FC, so I can't get the up to 20% daily buff. All I have to rely on is food. So we've got to do the long run. Maybe after collab. You mean it? You'll take on the lifelong The lifelong duty of being a Final Fantasy player and never quit because you don't want to upset your best phrase. Just to make it more daunting to not join. Raina! Raina, would you too like to eventually play and join in Gaijin Village? To never quit the game because you don't want to upset your friends? Despite everyone only playing like one day every 2 months? Bree's gonna look and eat. Take care, everyone. Okay, I hope you have a good rest, Bree. Bree, why are you trying to sleep? This is gonna subliminally enter your mind. You should subscribe. You too should play this. Sounds like marriage. There is marriage in the game. There is paid marriage and there's free marriage. Free marriage is the basic marriage, and paid marriage gets you a special wedding dress or tuxedo and customizable wedding ceremonies and venues and gifts for everyone who attends, because you can send out RSVPs and they can turn up and they'll be seen in the pews during your wedding. Huh. Where's that guy going? Random NPC. Yeah, I mean, not enough guns and it's dull screen time. I mean, you can become a machinist who uses guns. Nope, stay away. That is one of the annoying fate quest chains. You need to survive that, like kill and win it. And then Act 2 will spawn there. And then Act 3 will spawn down here. If you fail any of them, the leader gets kidnapped and held there for an easier solution ending. But if you get the proper ending, you get a achievement. Once you join, you can't leave, and Sirius is getting divorced. Want to quit playing? I mean, which is fair. Like, if you played and then I made Gaijin Village and I wanted to stop playing, you know, you get the guild or the FC in the divorce. Alright, as long as I stay away from the red triangle enemies, I'm safe. How would I feel if they were doing a Dark Souls trilogy remake? Oh. Was they doing one now? When was that announced? That's kind of cool. I know they remade Dark Souls 1, as well as Demon Souls. But I guess it all depends on how they handle it. Rumor currently, because like, if they were saying like, hey, we're going to remake it, but like, because I said one was remade or remastered or something, and while like when doing the co-op, like with Silime, it did feel more polished. Like, well, 1 felt more polished than 3. That said, like, it depends on how the polish feels. Like, I wouldn't want, like, Elden Ring level of how things work. I prefer how the combat is slower. Rumor says they're remaking the entire trilogy. Some people say it doesn't really need a remake. Like, it doesn't really need it. But, again, it's similar to how one's already received a remake. And Demon Souls got a remake. I don't know how the Demon Souls remake stands against the original. Like, is it just, like, a little bit of polish or not? The main thing I see coming from a remake is bringing in new players, which will breathe in a bit of fresh life to the PvP situation. If you were to play Dark Souls 1 by yourself today, while connected online, there are various, I want to say, choke points in the game where the PvP players just kind of camp. Like, in the sewer, there's like a very long run from the campfire to the boss. And it is known as a major PvP spot. Partially because to enter the campfire door, I believe you had to progress further into the sewers, find the key, then go back and unlock the campfire door. Like, it is a bit of a pain. So, yeah, like that, I can see people getting stuck against that spot and being problems. But, like, one of the major problems that the people are having now is people are causing the games to break. Apparently, one of the new bugs that people are doing to softlock a game they basically invade you, and if you have a password set up to stop invaders outside of, like, your friends, they apparently have, like, a little cheat thing to get around it. They will invade, and then they cause the Gwendolyn death scene to just keep playing on an endless loop. So you basically have to Alt F4 out of the game and risk your save file a bit. Not as bad as one of the other pranks that people used to do, in which they would drop 99 plus 14 daggers, which when you pick up and you go to look in your inventory, it just crashes the game. Juna won again? How do they keep winning? Also, look, Juna. It's a forest. Huh. Surprisingly, not a lot of people over here in Gridania. I'm guessing Uldar is this server's main hub. Over on, like, the Phoenix server, he has quite a lot of people. Also, GameStop is trying to buy eBay for $55 billion instead of 56. Don't know why they want eBay. Secondhand market. I can guarantee that's the only reason. eBay is the biggest secondhand market, and GameStop, I feel like, is trying to expand, because I know over here, like, GameStop is known as EB Games. It's the same company, but they went, EB Games is more well known in Australia and Canada. We'll still call it EB Games there, but it's GameStop. They found the secondhand trade market is picking back up. Like, the secondhand sections, they were basically dead. They weren't making much money from it. They were saying, like, oh, too many people bringing in, like, sports games. And it's why you go to any sort of secondhand shop, and you would find 50 copies of Madden 2024 just sitting there, because everyone went to 2025, and like, oh, we got to get rid of the old ones. And they're being sold for like $1, maybe 50 cents. However, they turned around and said, oh, look, Xbox 360 and PS3 games are now known as retro games. And we have a retro games section. Basically just rebrand what they've already got. And people went nuts for it. Everyone seems to love it now under the rebrand. I can see GameStop wanting to buy eBay because it means they will then own the market for secondhand. I do know that EB Games over here, I don't know if it was also GameStop in America was doing it. They had this thing where if you wanted to sell something, they had their own marketplace. I don't know if that's still a thing, but it was their own mini eBay. But instead of auctions, it was just buy now. I believe they stopped it because something happened with eBay and they found they couldn't have this anymore. So perhaps it's also their way of getting it back. Also, think of the giant emote journal. This is where my character takes that brief forest vacation from the desert. Hello there, welcome to the Botanist Guild. What brings you here today? Interest in becoming a botanist? Then you've come to the right place. At our guild, you can study under some of the finest botanists in all the realm. Enticing proposition, is it not? So, what say you? Would you like to add your name to our roll? Yes. Excellent! Now you're doubtless eager to dive headlong into the nearest shrubbery. But first, a brief explanation on the origin of the Botanist Guild. A blibbity bloobity blubbity argument. That was a lot of text I just skipped. Ready to enroll? Yes. Music to my ears. It will be my pleasure to refer you to the Guild Master. Guy likes to talk a lot. I don't. The timing. I am Fafucha, the master of the guild. Pleased to make your acquaintance. I take it Leon Schultz has given you an overview of the botany already? Well, I suppose I'd better continue where he left off. Orgadonians may rightly claim to share a close relationship with nature, and none is so intimate as that of the botanist, that calling to nurture the natural environment to the mutual benefit of man and wood. But, even as nature holds us in a loving embrace, providing for our every need, she's at the heart of an unsentimental creature. One that will take life as rarely as she gives it. Being a botanist means coming face to face with uncomfortable truth on a regular basis. Knowing this, do you still wish to walk our path? Look in your eye, if it speaks the passion in your heart. Very well, welcome to the guild. Hope you're on your way, proceed with the hatchet. So,
Juno_min_official cheered. X100.
aww, with the 100 bits, Juno. You really didn't have to. We appreciate it. You're so very nice. Chat, once again, go check out Juno's stream. They are wonderful. I'm giving them another shout out, a verbal shout out. Check them out. They are wonderful. They are kind. They are a good friend. Look at them, friend shaped. Just cleaning my glasses quick. There is a speckle on my glasses and I can't get it off. Not perfect, but it'll have to do. That's for yesterday. What did I do yesterday? Also, here's how you change classes. You're first. That's all up to date. You go equip. Give me my new outfit. Gear set. Plus. What I'm going to do now, HUD layout, hotbar 9. I'm going to shrink it down here to the corner. I'm going to activate it. And then I can go into my gear set list and go Thaumaturg 1, Botanist 2. And now, whenever I want to change, I just need to click the button. Stand up and chatting. You don't need to give me bits for that. I would do that for anyone. My friends are important to me. See, you have your hatchet on you? Very good. Furnace hatches his livelihood. Never forget this. He failed to keep his blade clean and keen. Efforts will yield you naught but sweated splinters. Let us see your first task. Ah yes, to help you learn the basics of botany, I would have you gather 10 pots worth of latex. First gives us many and more resources. It is a botanist's job to know what can be found and where. If it is latex you require, you would do want to search just outside the Blue Badger Gate or the Yellow Serpent Gate. Dig out the mature trees that stand in those areas. With your hatchet to use, I wish you well. So I am gonna have to activate all of these little aetheryte crystals. It's always been like I don't know, just kind of my mentality. You don't abandon a friend in need, and if someone whenever I see someone, you know, worried or panicking or stressed, like they need someone to be there with them. I dislike the people where it's just, nah, not my problem, I'm leaving. Like, it's rude. I mean, that said, I remember having a friend who was having massive panic attacks because of their real life ongoing-ons. So I sat up the majority of the night chatting with them. And then in the last 20 minutes, someone else came along. And they're like, oh, I'm going to sit with you too. And then that person got thanked. And it was like, oh, wow, this person's the best. I'm like, they had 20 minutes with you. I was there all night. They're like, nah. But what I'm saying is I do like being appreciated, but at the same time, not monetarily. Got one more aetheryte to click. That person was in photo mode. You can tell because they got a little camera next to their name. I love photo mode in this. Okay, now we can go through the gates. So this is basically how botany works. Find the tree. They have all these different items. For example, we need these. You just go click. Gathering interface. Gathering log. Alright, curiosity time. Scroll up through this. Darn. None of them are edible. You can also just go enable quick gather. And then you don't have to touch anything. Arbor so the landscape locates the nearest mature tree. Majority of the skills you get, you really don't need. And usually there are 4 trees in an area, or 4 collectible resource spots. But they respawn after 3 is collected, so you'll always see 2 on the map. Alright, disable that. Because the first time you collect something, failed that one, you gain bonus experience. Failed that one. And I don't think that bonus experience is aided by items. We got Field Mastery, increase the chance of obtaining items by 5%. Mastery 2, increases by 15%. So you can go up and go, alright, Field Mastery 2, quick gather the snail. Missed out on one. We do have an ad starting soon. If you do get an ad, I'm going to thank you for watching an ad. It does help support the channel. Go get something to eat, drink, stretch, go to the bathroom, all the other good stuff you may need. Be right here waiting for you to come on back. Gathering Boon. The gathering is a chance to trigger and Gatherer's Boon, a fact which will grant additional item during that gathering attempt. Hello, Rusty. How you doing? It's good to see you again. But I'm taking a quick story break in this to level up Botanist so that way I can get apples to help me level up faster. Granted, I could potentially check out the market board and see if anyone is selling, you know, various foods. I believe the most common one is, you know, a boiled egg. I remember there was a story years ago where it's like, oh my goodness, someone was standing in one of the towns eating nothing but boiled eggs. Like, and they were eating like 10,000 of them. And people were like, whoa, what spurred you on to do this? Like, oh, I just want to see if I could. And a part of me is like, you attach it to a hot bar and you're like, click, 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 click. You can run an auto clicker for that. Like, kudos to them, but I don't know. Posture check. Posture is checked. Not sitting on my foot. Leveling up apples. Fortune cookie working now? It should be. It's only in a collab stream with a shared chat it breaks. Fortune cookie, you are a person of culture. And journals, wow, a secret message from your teeth. Sarah, thanks so much for the raid. There might be ads at the moment. We've got like 20 seconds left. But welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream? For those who don't know me, my name is Temporal Nix. I'm a superhero-themed VTuber station in Australia. I normally don't look like this. Normally, I'm this. I've got channel point redeemed. We can change my headgear, as well as my colors. And this just happens to be what I look like at the moment. Must have dodged the ads. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. How was your stream? What were you up to? Oop, my computer's been funny. But also, welcome on in, Yumi. Well, welcome in, Sarah and Amber OCE. Got a sub from somewhere? You may
Looks
have.
like we have another follower. Welcome to the channel.
Well, thank you so much for the follow. I really do appreciate that. Hope you enjoy your time here. You may have gotten one. Thanks to Juno.
Looks like we have another follower. Welcome to the channel.
Strange. Usually there's two different ones that will play. Thank you for the follow as well, Yumi. What were you up to today? I clicked your profile and I'm like, I see materia. Are you playing on Oceania? Would also do as a Final Fantasy 14, just 11 jobs to 100 before next expansion. I still gotta. So my main is over on a European server. I still gotta do post Dawn Trail, but I started a new stream character purely because I found my old 1.0 account. I'm like, oh my goodness, I get a legacy character. Yeah, I wasn't subbed long enough back then to get any of the other benefits, just the tattoo. But I'm like, I want the tattoo. So I'm on a journey to complete the story as this one. I am much further played. So like, I haven't played on my main on this channel all that much. I played it a little bit, so I'm going to continue gathering. I'll explain gathering in a moment. I played my main character a couple of times just for events, like Christmas and whatnot. But I've been wanting to get back into this. You haven't? Oh, you're starting a fresh playthrough where they got kind of distracted. So I did that a while back when I was on one of the Materia servers, but I couldn't find anyone to do dungeons with. I think I had to call it when I spent 70 minutes in queue. And I'm like, yeah, this is not good. Oh boy, sneak! There. Like, granted, this was a year or two ago. I think it was before they added in the Trust dungeons to post Realm Reborn. But because this is a whole new account, I don't have any of my EXP buffs, like items or headgear or anything like that. So to get an EXP boost, I'm trying to level this guy up to level 15 just so I can harvest a bunch of fairy apples. Get that 3% boost permanently. For reference, had to rush through the story to catch up to a friend to go you onto the game. So you skip/rush through most of the story up to post Stormblood. Didn't really get to experience the story properly up to that point. I kind of feel you in a sense. I didn't rush the game when I first played. So when I first started Final Fantasy XIV, I was playing it alongside my brother and his friend. My brother has a problem with MMOs where he reaches around level 30 and he quits. His friend quickly made it to level 50 and he was at the point where he had to do the final dungeon. Because I know there's Castrum and Praetoria. I always forget which order it comes in. But he did the first one, and it was before they made it that you had to watch the cutscenes. And he had that many people angry at him for watching the cutscenes that he decided, nah, I'm not coming back to the game. So when I finished the game, I kind of had that, like a real slow burn of the story, because I was like, I don't want to get too far ahead of them. It wasn't until, I think, patch 4.3 had just come out. And that's when I kind of went, nah, I want to play this more so. And I had other people in my FC at the time, because I was very nervous playing with new people. Or just playing in dungeons, because it was a real bad experience for me as well in Castrum and Praetorium, with people being mad at me. That I kind of went, you know what? Like, I don't want to play with strangers. And two people from my FC were like, nah, we're going to go with you through the dungeons. You have to lead. And that's what really got me through it. Castrum 2 Praetorium. What I thought. So I remember people were saying Prey, it isn't Praetorium. I go back and experience story all over again properly. It felt hard for a certain hot, sticky eccentric. I honestly didn't think I would like that character as much as I do. Because, like, my main is a Dragoon. And having him appear, I was like, why? Like, I don't quite understand. But then going through his story, I'm like, yeah, this is kind of a cool character. Alright, once I'm done, or once I'm at level 9, the one tree after this one, I'll hand in this quest, we can pick up the next one. That'll get us to level, hopefully 11 or 12. And then hopefully we can start getting those fairy apples, because again, would love that 3% boost. Not much. I'm taking everything I can get. At least, well, upgrading my gear is, well, not going to do anything. But yeah, if anyone needs to raid and run, I do understand self-care is important, especially after a stream. You know, food, water, sleep, or exercise, I completely understand. But anyone wants to hang around and chat some more, it's also appreciated. Do you mainly play on the Oceania servers? Or do you have a main on other servers? Like, main reason I ask is, like, my main is over on the server Phoenix in the Light data center for Europe. And my legacy character here, he just appeared in Balmung. I don't really want to pay for a server swap. So I'm accepting Balmung at the moment. I mean, that's just me assuming with the rumors. So far, I haven't really seen anything odd. How goes the gathering effort? Lest you forget, latest can be had just outside the Blue Badger Gate. Yeah, I got 93. I overgathered. Yeah, it's precisely 10 pots, just as I instructed. You've done well. That text is easy to find and equally easy to harvest. As such, collecting this stuff is an ideal task for young botanists who are learning the way around the hatchet. Yet, know that being able to swing said tool does not make you a botanist. You must also possess the knowledge to locate the resource you seek. That'll be all from me at the present. I urge you to keep honing your senses and skills as a botanist. Gather near and far and learn from your experience. Look forward to seeing you again when you have become a better acquainted with our trade. So then, I bid you a happy gathering. You want to go to aquarium, but there are none near me? The only aquarium I'm aware of near me is a fish shop. I would love to go to an aquarium. Didn't think I like him either, but something will work during Endwalker. The main is on Materia. We have ults on Primal, MA, and Elemental Shaping. I met someone else here before who's on Primal. I'm also very, I'm still trying to think, how close of a connection we technically have to have, as I said, someone gifted you a sub. And my brain's going, I move my hands around because I don't have words what I'm trying to say. Basically, I was talking to another streamer, Dead Sun Prime. This guy down here who's giving a thumbs up and blocking the chat. I should really introduce Dead Sun more. I was talking to him a while back on the discussion of Twitch circles, where everyone you see on Twitch is affiliated with someone else you know. And the other night we were chatting and we looked at the recommended streamers for us both. Now, he lives in America. I live all the way in Australia.
Juno_min_official cheered. X100.
Thank you for the 100 bits again, Juno. You really don't have to do that. Sure, I must have raided you previously, but then brain fog occurred because you have a cold. Well, if not that, it'd be someone else that we know access that link. Because, Twitch will always recommend people within this circle. And as you grow as a streamer, your circle expands for more people. And, that's the only explanation that I have is we know someone in common. 7 degrees of Kevin Bacon about Twitch. So there's a clip from Like, it's some big streamer. But the YouTuber Call Me Kevin used this clip in one of his videos, like, to laugh at something that someone brought to his attention. Because during COVID, he started streaming. And someone pointed out, like, there's a big streamer talking about the circles. And he goes, oh, everyone who's in my circle, like, you can see here, and you're only ever going to see people from this circle. And he scrolls into a name, and he sees Call Me Kevin, and he's like, Call Me Kevin? What else am I supposed to call you? But that's essentially what it is. And it's just kind of, I don't know, it's interesting to even see the circle is seen, because Juna here has gifted a ton of subs quite recently. Most of fellow Aussies, so you've ever been a part of Edram, Sarah Jane, Chrissy, Sarah, you probably bumped into each other. Most likely. I don't recognize the names, but let me check one thing. I've got two. Another quick thing, I've got like a keyboard. Okay, so you're part of OzTubers. That would be why. You're both a part of it. I completely forget about OzTubers sometimes. Feel bad about it, but... Hey, come on, I'm gonna... Jonah, you've been very generous on this channel. Everyone can see it. Like... Don't call attention to you. But yeah, like, it's just kind of interesting. I guess because of the groups, it also creates that circle where it's kind of going, hey, here is someone who may or may not have been in a raid, may or may not follow you. It's like, but you're close enough. It's just a very... Did I just hear something croak? Can't see that. I love that emote. Stuck in the wall again. These walls are way too thin and made of metal. If you were stuck in these walls, I'd be very concerned. Why do I have a random magnet on my wall? This is a magnet 4. Locked drain. I do not like anything to do with this advertisement. Somehow was on my wall. The advertisement is for a group of plumbers called the Brown Arm Boys, and the image is a white guy with a mullet giving a thumbs up and his arms brown, likely because of why. There are tools for this. You don't use your arm. Where did this magnet come from? Who stuck this to my wall? No one gets in here. Hello, Choco. That is a very odd thing to come in on, but... Don't... Oh, touching the wrong mouse again. Got two PCs set up. And for some reason, my other mouse is... Aircon is tended by the toilet adverts. Your corner is over there, the nice corner. I got the red couch sitting there. It's got the aircon pointed towards it. It has a nice blanket. It's got the snack pile. I call it the snack pile because for my office, whenever I buy snacks that don't require refrigeration, they just go into this pile. Although the pile is kind of empty, it's just a bunch of empty bags at the moment. You should get a Logitech MX mouse. They have this feature that lets you control 2 PCs. Let me look the price. So there's 2 issues when I look at this mouse. Number 1, at the moment, my second PC's keyboard and mouse. I don't know if it's going to do it tonight. Sometimes they disconnect for a brief second. I don't know why. They just do. Bluetooth. It could be because my walls, don't know if you'll hear this knock. Oh. My walls are metal because portable office. And it just interferes with the Bluetooth a bit. The second issue I have with it, I spend like $4 on my computer mice that I may have to replace once a year. It is cheaper to get these bad mice. But how you doing, Choco? I don't have a throne. Hello again. I told you you've been putting your hatchet... I'm told you've been putting your hatchet to good use. Well done. Yet, as I mentioned before, hacking away trees does not make you a botanist. You must also strive to deepen your understanding of nature. I say this in the knowledge that you have done just that. Whether you realize it or not, you have the air of a man who is at ease with the world around him. I do believe you're ready for the next task. Would like you to go to Tree Speak, and there harvest 10 pots worth of maple sap. Oh, right. I got 6 to 10. Lenosian Orange. No, wait, I don't have access to lower Lenosia. If I did... Easy to get EXP. Boop. They discontinued your favorite mouse? What mouse was it? Wait, which area was it for the maple sap? I wasn't paying attention. North Shroud. Next, get a throne. I don't want to get a throne. Maybe. One mouse for free with your PC. It's peeling. I'm gonna admit, when I saw you say it's peeling, the angle of my monitor and my bad eyesight, all I saw was it's peeing. I was concerned. I had to read up on chat just to understand that you're saying it's. You lost your gamba. Healthy hydrate. And a boop. With a boop. Hydrating. I know the hydrate. Hydrating. Logitech G600 wide MMO. Let me... My sister-in-law has one. I think it's a Razer one. It's got a middle button, like for your thumb to rest on. And then that's surrounded by 10 buttons. Or 12 buttons. And there are times where she'll ask me for help with her computer or her laptop. I'm like, alright, let me help. And then the buttons are that touch sensitive, you slightly graze them. And it goes... And it annoys me so much. I hate this. community pressure to let us buy your stuff. My throne would just be trading card game stuff. I'd be like, hey, you want to buy me Pokemon cards? Just killed a squirrel. You want to buy me magic cards? They send you weird things off a throne. I haven't even sent anyone anything weird on throne. I really want to send people weird stuff on throne though. But like, I then think, would this just get thrown away? Wait, did I did. Gathering shot. There we go, now it's 100%. Takes very little. I don't know, I always feel awkward when I go to Throne, so like, I'm gonna buy someone something weird. Ha ha ha, tee hee hee, hee hee. And then Throne's like, hey, check out the cosplay section. You can buy women's underwear here. I'm like, why is that an option? At what point would anyone be like, hey, yeah, like it. These are both regular. Regular, nothing. Lower than nausea. Rolling just ingredients. Somehow they knew I was just here for the apples. They're like, no, we're gonna make you wait. Yeah, Crab, we got the frog plush you got on that? Aww. You get 2 steps from the forest friends. And now you can hug them both whenever you feel down. And know that your friends care about you. I also put the raisins here because I'm like, I'm going to eat them for the EXP buff to make this easier. Haven't. Quest for maple sap. Your best bet is to search in the vicinity of Tree Speak. Here you go. What sap I requested? Then you must be the new botanist with which I has been fussing over. Ah, where are my manners? Thank you. Well, I don't need so much of the stuff. I mean to explain. It's the very least I can do. Boiling maple sap causes it to thicken into a sweet syrup called, you've guessed it, maple syrup. From maple syrup, you can make maple sugar, an ingredient used in various recipes, particularly confectionery, from cakes and tarts to toffees and chocolates, in short, all things that children love. Probably guessed it by now, but the maple sap you've harvested will be used to make sweets for the children, those poor souls who were orphaned by the calamity. They may put on a brave face, but their eyes reveal the depths of their sorrow. There's a precious little joy left in their lives. But Gridania won't abandon them. No matter your walk on life, there is always something you can do to help. Though it may only last a fleeting moment, a single smile of theirs is worth all the effort. Oh. My apologies, I got carried away. Where was I? Yes. In addition to the maple sap, we bonded together various kinds of food stuff. As such, we work quite closely with culinarians. I'm just gonna skip ahead. Also figured out who got you the stream deck. It was Jelly. You got very nice friends. Equip new stuff. Update. You couldn't have come at a more opportune time. A favor to ask. Just received an urgent request from the Order of Twin Adder. They asked us to supply them with 10 crow feathers. Crows often leave behind feathers where they perch, which can be used to make arms and armor. Requests for items have been coming in with increasing regularity. The situation must be grim indeed. If we not do to keep the defense of our nation waiting, we're most glad if you could help us fulfill the order. Crow feathers can be found in abundance in the area south of Gilbert Spire. Once you procure 10, probably deliver them to Sicily. Crow feather. There's cock feather. Let's go then until I save the money after I think them. What is the point of money if not to spoil our friends? I mean, that's what I always think of. Like, if I had a way to make more, it would 100% just buy stuff for people I care about. Alright, quick gather all the crow feathers. You know what? We'll even eat some raisin. The only downside is this is the level 10 quest. And we need to be level 16, I think it was, if we want to get the apples. It doesn't give a lot. I mean, we can do the leave quest. This is what they are designed for. Additionally, just... that was new. That one's new. That one's new. Crow feather. Alright, that's back in Thanolin. Lower Lenosia. Lenosia. Thanolin. Found it. Alright, I got an idea. It can either go really well or really bad. I can also go down that way and try and get the leave quest. Ah! Giant spiders! How far will they chase me to? And I can't do the lush vegetation patches until I hand in this other quest. Oh, chestnuts as well. The spiders, there are spiders. There aren't... Okay, these low-level spiders are, I think, the worst spiders. They're kind of weird long leg things. I don't think there are Other. There are mice which are more like scorpions. That's what I always thought. Like, whenever I see them, I'm like, they're too adorable. And there are spiders which look kind of dumb and goofy. There are? It's been way too long since I played this properly. Like... I'm even thinking, I didn't even explore all of Dawn Trail's areas. Like, I used to love going into G-Pose and just doing the photo mode. Big fish. Look at that fish. Also spiders look like flower petals. There are? There's one in Endwalker that are just round boards with scrungly legs. Oh yeah. That's a new minion from the new Thabnarian fishing route. There's a new fishing route? There's way too much content in this. Where, like, as I said, I haven't played properly since Dawn Trail came out. And I would talk to people and I'd be told, like, oh yeah, nothing really new. There was a new dungeon. Anything else? No, just dungeon. And then I hear from other people, it's like, no, there's all this cool stuff. Like, I want to check it out now. Bring us out again? Oh, thanks, Ran. Here's forgotten the crow person we found in the area south of Gilbert Spire. Crow feathers, yeah, my thanks. Dallas, you already know this from Fufucha, but it's the older twin adder that requested them. If I heard it true, they're in the midst of preparing for a war against the XIV. Crow feathers are needed to make arms and armor, feathered harpoons and plumed yew crooks, and the like. It's a fine feeling being able to do our part to aid those men and women who defend our nation. But to need such large stockpile of feathers, you pause to imagine the bloodshed that lies ahead. Tell us what even no true peace? It was 10. 10 feathers, that's not a large stockpile. Nothing. Oh, but there I go again, with my wistful ramblings. Feel free to ignore me. Before I forget, Fuch asked me to give you something on her behalf. Scythe. The scythe is what we call a secondary tool, used in your offhand, as it to harvest from lush vegetation in addition to the mature trees you already know so well. The Fufucha seen to you fit, like this gift, is proof positive of your progress. You're only grown novice, my friend. Dare say you're ready to try your hand at fieldcraft leaves. Perhaps even take on grand company work. But first, I recommend you head into the wood and find some lush vegetation. Try out new scythe on. Off you go now, and come back when you're ready to take on another task for the guild. Boots. We're almost there in terms of level. So it was around these mature trees that we had the other lush areas. We're going to clog up our inventory. Ugh. So cute. I've got these little guys. Tree toads. Alright. Sojourner, we're gonna get only the tree toads with our scythe. I don't know how using a scythe gets us toads, but... Got 2 toads with that one. I mean, we can go here and there's more items. Rusty's 83% villainous? Put you, Rusty. Wait, my meal thing's up there. I'd lay out. There. So now my buffs, debuffs, and other will appear here. Carnation, Chanterelle, Lavender, Cotton Ball, gathering on this server is so much better than the European one. European's so slow. Yeah, but cooldown, I think it's once every 5 minutes. I'm not too certain. Pioneer's Grit or Gift. Grit's chance of triggering Gatherer's Boom by 10%. Seeds. Doesn't give me all that much experience. Fortune cookie. Others enjoy your company. That is true. You'll enjoy your company. Yeah, I'm going to use this one as well. Give me a 1 in 5 chance to gather 2 items. Wait. Wait, I can just do it now. Fairy apples. Each shroud. That's the item I need to collect en masse. I feel like I need to buy some fridge-based meals, like something I can eat cold that I can keep in my little mini fridge in my office. Because, like, I can tell it's almost midnight for me at the moment. Just because of my hunger levels. Lunchables. Those will be nice. Because, like, with the whole neighbors barking dog situation, I'm asleep until about 12, 1-ish. Isn't good. I then first eat when it's around... Oh. I wait till dinner time, really. My family has dinner around 5... Between 5 to 6 p.m. Which means right now it has been 6 to 7 hours since I last ate. And I'm gonna have to stay awake for another 3 to 4 hours. 6, 7. I knew I should have chosen my words more carefully. Anyway, these are what I need more of. Fortunately, my gathering skill is quite low. Maybe I should buy ants from town. Because maybe it was about 13 hours for you before that. I want more food. I need... a Big Mac. If I put a Big Mac on my throne, would someone buy it for me? I spent most of my money because I don't have a lot of money.
Juno_min_official cheered. X100 for the Big Mac Fund.
Thank you, Juno. Unfortunately, I don't think I will end up being able to get a Big Mac anytime soon. I appreciate it, though. Like, I'll straight up say to my family, like, look, I feel like, I don't know, McDonald's or something. If someone wants to drive me, I'll buy you something. He'll go, oh, I don't like McDonald's, though. It makes me feel sick. Nah, we're all good. And then I find out they buy it for themselves all the time. I'm like, I'm offering you a free meal. Why would you refuse a free meal? You don't have to get a Big Mac meal. You get whatever you wanted from there. The Big Macs now you want 1 or 3. Sierra. Go for a drive. Gonna look and work. Oh, good, Rusty. Hope you enjoy the luck and work time. I am unfortunately going to be harvesting apples, which is going to make me hungry. Time for a midnight Mecca's run. It really is. Like... Like, you can't just get a Big Mac meal. You need a McFlurry as well. I shouldn't talk about food, it's just making my hunger feel worse. I think I've got like 1 snack left in here. Two apples. I mean, perhaps tomorrow after I go snack shopping, I gotta clean up nonsense land, I guess I'd call it. I've got a massive oversized paper bag of plush toys. I got no use for them. But they're ones I've won from claw machines. I've got 2 Woolworths reusable bags filled with games that I want to play on the PlayStation and never got around to. I have my DaVinci Studio editing board still in its box. It's just sitting there. I got my megaphone. I'm trying to see what else there is, but I've got my purple light on in here. Oh, right. I've got my storage boxes for trading cards. That's kind of sitting in that. You go to his Big Mac meal and a triple cheeseburger because you're a glut. I tend to usually go for the chicken burger rather than the Big Macs. But I don't know. When I get this hungry, I want the Big Mac sauce. Okay, click it loud because that just made me laugh. Like I've said to a lot of people, one thing that I miss about where I live, years ago there used to be a restaurant. It shut down because of COVID, and they offered a $50 all-you-can-eat meat buffet. And I remember saying to people like, "Oh, we should really go. It just sounds like fun, going to an all-you-can-eat meat buffet." And like, it wasn't just cheap and nasty one. You had fancy meats. If you knew what you were doing, you could, gorge on like $200 worth of meat. Now, obviously, they would be trying to stock things that would be quick and easy to bring out, but I always wanted to go to that. But yeah, everyone's like, no, that seems like a scam. And now the place is shut down and people go, whatever happened to it? I would love to go there. I'm like, we could have. You wish they brought back the chicken Big Mac. Oh, that was amazing. I mean, I also like getting like the chicken burger, and then you get the sweet and sour sauce, usually for like nuggets, and you pour that on top of the chicken patty. It's also very nice. Because I go for some Korean barbecue too. I've never been. Unfortunately, I don't know many people, and those I do know don't really like to try new things. I'm always suddenly going, it's fun. Also, I just realized I had 6, 7 fairy apples. That would have made Juno very happy. Chicken and Big Mac sauce. Both sauces. I don't know, I'm in a mindset of I want to try everything once. Even if I look and I'm like, oh, that's gonna be terrible. A part of my brain's like, just try it. Sure, you will love it. Like, I admit, like, one of the worst, like, well, not really worst, but like, the weirdest food combinations I've ever tried is, I remember it being like, what, like a melted cheese sandwich. But we also had crumpets. I'm like, I kind of want a crumpet. So, for some reason in my brain, I was like, what if I put cheese on a crumpet and then melted in the microwave? Yeah, I wouldn't do that again. That's one of the things that I do it. Grilled cheese crumpet sounds interesting. Like, yeah, if it was grilled, that'd be different. Well, I now want to try it. Like, tomorrow is, I guess, it's Cheap Tuesday at one of the stores I go to. Basically, it's the first Tuesday of the month. If you have a pensioner's card, you get 10% off. Because I have disability, that's accepted. So, cheaper snacks, and they get a lot of product testing stuff in there. So hopefully I'll be able to grab quite a few things. Hopefully they have new, interesting things. Like the last couple of times it's been disappointing. I also don't know how many of these apples I...
For real?
Hello, Fritzy! It is for real. How you doing? I just realized my highest leveled class is my botanist. You know what? Here's a unique challenge for a streamer who's not me. I'm not going to do this. Can you reach level 100 as a gatherer or a crafter without finishing a Realm Reborn? I believe simple answer is yes. It's just a matter of time and grinding. What's with Tiny Dead Sun? Okay, so Tiny Dead Sun sits in the corner because if problematic stuff appears in chat, like in the game, Tiny Dead Sun censors it. He was the only, oh, not really only, he was the first image I saw that kind of fit. So yeah, Tiny Dead Sun's a censor. Also, ad break. I'm gonna press the ad break button because the game won't be on pause because I'm just gathering. I'm gathering all the apples I can. Wait, I can eat the apples, right? Yes. Yes, I can eat the apples. We're at 110 apples. You don't want to make it look like you've seen it. No, I don't. I don't want problematic things are popping up for it, see. I just remember back in, I think it was my high school days. I don't remember what free-to-play MMO it was. I was playing one of them. One of the many. And I was in a boss... Like, it was odd. It was an MMO. But they had boss encounters. Like, 1v1s. But I remember being in a boss encounter, and my dad tried to talk to me, and I said to him, he's like, oh, can you pause it? And I said to him, like, I'm sorry, I can't pause the game. It doesn't have that feature. But I can listen and try and kill this thing at the exact same time. And he's going, oh, I need this, 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 this. I'm like, okay, I can help you with that. Just give me a moment to finish this. He's like, no, I need this done now. I'm like, no, I can't pause this. This is not one of those things. And he turned the chair, like the chair I was sitting on, turned it around to face him. And he's like, you look at me when I talk to you. I'm like, all right, what do you need? He's like, I need help with this, this, this. I'm like, okay. Like I said, I can help you in a minute. Like, all right, then. You go back to your game. I looked at the screen. I'm like, character's dead. We might as well do it now. And he just kind of looks like, what do you mean? I'm like, character's dead. I can't pause it. It's like, well, I didn't know. I'm like, well, I tried to say. Character... Like, I can't pause it. Like, but he didn't want to listen. How many apples would I need until I'm comfortable with the amount of apples I would need for the story? Realistically, I eat 2 apples every hour. Ad break is done. Welcome back for the ad break, everyone. If you got an ad, thank you for watching an ad. And if you didn't get an ad, thank you for being subbed. Or having Twitch Turbo. Or an ad blocker, but I guess we don't really want to acknowledge the ad blockers, do we? Is that a riddle? Could be. Last for 30 minutes? They do last for 30 minutes, so 2 apples last an hour. Now, I don't know how long the game will actually take. When I send an image to Juna from how long to beat, they said doing just solo content for A Realm Reborn takes 267 hours. But I feel like that's also taking into account like the old post game. 10 hours would be 200 hours. It would be 100 hours with 200 apples. Since 2 apples make 1 hour. 2 apples leave Chicago and New York at 4 p.m. How do they leave them? Alright, if I can get to 100 apples... Oh, sorry, if I get to 200 apples, that's 100 hours. Each of the expansions take, at most, 100 hours, apparently. Now, I feel like this is also taking consideration other content like... you know, raids and whatnot. Because, like, How Long to Beat has the individual updates listed as, like, 6 to 8 hours each. But I think that is also considered into the times. For Realm Reborn, I know they can cut down the post-game a bit. So that way it was a bit quicker. A lot less quests of, hey... I want to tell you a story, but I'm thirsty. Can you get me a glass of water? Eat my raisins. I mean, I don't need to eat the raisins here, but... eh. Yeah, I'm hoping I can find something that I can put in my fridge to be able to snack on midstream. I know there are some streamers out there, like, I've always kind of said I don't want to be the kind of person that eats while streaming. But with the changes to my sleep schedule and all the other stuff, I feel like I will have to start eating. And it will also allow me to do a longer stream, because normally I'd get to now, I'm like, oh, I feel real hungry, I'm gonna wrap up, and all this other stuff. Look, I've got another hour or two in me. Energy-wise. Doing the math, but I ain't mathing. It's alright. Late night math's not our friend. I accidentally tapped my glasses. I didn't see what that message said. Line without my glasses. Now to the next job class. Okay. Wrong mouse. Like yogurt based. I'm not a fan of yogurt, but I guess I should buy like an entire... a massive bulk tub of yogurt. And I'll keep that one spoon with me. That just sits on my desk. Whenever I'm hungry, just pick up the spoon, get the go, and like... spoon it. Hop. 10 apples gives you 5 apples, so 100 apples is 50. And then 200 will be 100 hours. So I'll get 100 hours of gameplay time with EXP buff with these apples. Probably misses those glasses. I feel like the main rival to that Simpsons scene is Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. Whereas like Billy's parents are sitting at the front and they see Billy walking past, and he for some reason has a large vice stuck to his head, squeezing it. And the mother just looks like, oh hey Billy, how was school? And it's like, oh not great. I feel like I had my vice on my head all day. And he walks inside and the mother turns to the dad. It's like, should we tell him he has a vice stuck to his head? And the dad looks and is like, now where would the fun be in that? And it's just a very aggressive way to say it, but in my opinion it's very comparable. The dad who doesn't notice what's going on compared to the dad who doesn't want to do anything. And here we go. 200 apples. That's like 50 Smurfs in height. We don't need any more apples. We're good on apples. Difference versus males pretty much is. It's 2B's outfit. Not the hair though. But the rest of it's 2B. So I bought Nier Replicant, and it turns out it came with a DLC pack that... I should just use the Aetheryte. It came with a DLC where it's got the Nier Automata outfits, so when I eventually get to it. Right. Sorry, the main quest was still in here. Just to see Balmung hasn't changed. Like, I've heard so many negative things about Balmung over the years. That when I heard I had a character here, like I had people saying, oh, it's always full, like you can't make any new characters. Finally get to come over here, and I'm like, I'm just more in awe about how many active players there are. At least just hanging around. That's Max? Oh. Auto run. I missed the forest already. Like, deserts are cool. Like, I was even watching something with another streamer friend. Because we were chatting the other week. And we ended up watching someone did a game show. I think, I'm trying to remember what it's called. The one where people pick a category, and then you get asked a question about said category. But it was that for Final Fantasy. And one of the people mentioned a couple times, because it was always instead of GeoGuessr, it was AOL Guesser. It's like, oh, where is this in the game? And they would always be like, I know this place. Because in Balmung, there are stories to be told about this place in Balmung. And I'm always kind of sitting going, I don't think I want to be on Balmung. You'd like if they retired deserts and sewers for video games? I mean, this kind of desert I don't mind too much. You know, the rocky terrain really does make it feel more of a dry area than just a desert. But when it's a desert of just sand dunes, I kind of agree. An area of just sand dunes just feels way too open with nothing in it. Oh, I told you to get out of here. What, looking for a chance to do some good? Ugh, guess I can't force you to leave. Damn stubborn adventurers, the lot of you. Fine then, listen well. A band of outlaws has taken up residence in the Quiveran Mans on the ridge to the south. Their leader has styled himself heir to Aoland Quiveran, syndicate member who died in the Calamity. 2. The Baron and his cronies are naught more than a pack of jackals. They prey on the people of Lost Hope, robbing them of what little they have. I myself cannot act without endangering the refugees, as they know my face and will retaliate against Lost Hope. You, however, are not known to the bandits or their allies. You wish to help us, then deal with the Baron. Okay. Surely nothing bad will happen from this. This desert does seem to have more landmarks and marks and variety. But I don't know my geography too well. A part of my brain wants to say Mesa. Like, it's more dry rock than just sand, which I absolutely love. Wrong one. Fire. I need to get my apples. My delicious, nourishing apples that I spent way too long getting. But like sandy deserts in games is very much, wow, look how massive we can make an area. And look how little we have to put into it, because thematically, there's nothing in a desert. Everything's buried under sand. Realistically, it's because all the memory has gone into the size rather than the objects. And sewers are just an excuse to do another maze. I wonder how many attendants I have to kill. Two, apparently. I'm surprised I could just sneak in. I remember this being a pain whenever I was anything else. That paralysis, though. Oh, because I ate raisins, then I swapped to an apple, it just reset the meal benefit, instead of adding extra time to it. Sadness. Hey Fritzy, you ever thought about playing Final Fantasy XIV? We could start our own FC and we can hopefully one day get a house or a mansion to call it Gaijin Village. I'm going to recommend this to everyone and hope someone plays eventually. Is it done? Good. The wretch died screaming. Ul'dah is more prosperous than ever, the some say. That may be true for the Syndicate, but none of that wealth has trickled down to the small folk. It's all a mama's farce. One day I refused to play my part, so I was made to leave the stage. Aye, my time has passed. The brass blades of the rose must look to others for guidance. Loves. You have noticed I'm in no shape to leave Lost Hope right now. So instead, I'd like you to return to Horizon and give this dagger to Fifalupa. Although it's just an old ornamental dagger, it belongs to the brass blades of the rose. I should have given it to the boy before I came here. Time to run. Because I've got 400 gil to my name. I can't spend it on fast travel yet. Like, a part of me feels like I'm going to, like, because this is a second account, I'm going to get my money's worth out of this. Every single one of my main account, I'm going to have to level up the characters there until they can get retainers. And I'll use this account to trade items from my main character, who's going to be a crafter, between all of them. And then I can start hopefully making money very quickly. Because my one issue is I always run out of space for my retainer. But I won't run out now. Especially if I hire all 8 retainers. Which, you know, is quite a bit of extra money I'm spending. I gain an extra bonus 1 retainer from having the app. Or the mobile app subscription. So that's 9 retainers. And have that across 8 characters. That's 72 retainers. Not including the 2 that could be on this one. Or account. Well, let's just say... Well, that's... Just in case you can't go to 9, it is still at 8. It's just 1 is free. Let's say it's 64. You can have 20 items for sale. Oh, I'm shutting my eyes so I can do quick math. 20 times 4 is 80. 20 times 60... But 320. Right. 320 seems too low. You know what? Let's math it. Oh. 6. I want to figure it out for myself. 80. We already know 80 from the first bit. 20 times 60. That's 2 times 6, that's 24, and we got to... That's 2,400 then. Yeah, I'm just gonna... Maybe 2,480? $1,208. Why was I getting a 2,400? Right, I was trying to multiply by 4, not by 2. Still, 1,280. Well, where will we go to hunt rats in our first RPG quest? That is true. How would Vaughn get that rat's tail that sets everything in motion? I received word from Captain Leofric the other day. Thank you for delivering the letter to me. Hey, give me a dagger. Well, why do you have the dagger? Only a captain of the brass blades of the rose permitted to possess it. Captain Leofric says I have to have it? Must be a mistake. You couldn't possibly mean to tell me that... No, of course not. I'm not willing to wield it. Nevertheless, I shall respect the captain's wishes and take the dagger into safekeeping till he comes to reclaim it. Not gonna do that. The brass blades of the rose have need for your assistance once more. Thaumaturges from the ossuary are presently surveying the footfalls for ancient relics. As the area is ripe with wild beasts, the Horizon Garrison has been charged with the security. But Captain Baldwin sent only a handful of brass blades, despite assurances of the contrary. Such a small unit cannot possibly be sufficient to protect our patrons. I would have you offer your assistance to my comrades. Pray travel to the footfalls and speak with Totaruna. Come along, little Ghana. I wonder what the pre-order minion's gonna be for the next game. I'm also curious about the 2 new job classes, because they said there was going to be, I think, a tank and a DPS. Now, I don't know a lot of the whole Norse mythology. I do recognize a little bit of stuff from the trailers, but it makes me wonder, could we potentially be getting a Viking? I read an RPG campaign where the first quest was the town's annual rat race, for the swords of rats. For some reason it makes me think of Simpsons with Whacking Day, that killed the snakes. Treasure chest. Fine. I got an ether. No reinforcements. Alright, well that trial leave quest was easy. Tied it into the whole theme of the campaign. I would love to play, like, even if it was like a D&D session thing for it. I really want to play D&D with a group. I unfortunately do not know many cool people. Very boring. Lead adventurer come to help. I ain't hear nothing from Captain Baldwin about this. Said trusted men only. Anyway, we've been under this. We've got this under control. Besides, operation ain't got nothing to do with Fifalupa. Boy's got a stick of his butt the size of a summer tender. No wonder the captain told him to stay at Horizon. That's very mean of him. Adventurer, am I running a message to Crescent Cove for us? Captain Baldwin's planning some festivities for the Thaumaturge, you see? And he wants some tribute to the finest food and drink. Nothing but the best for our distinguished guests, eh? Head west and south of the village and tell Raffi that he should deliver a bounty of fresh fish to Horizon. The sewer syrup. Wait. This thing's on the hunting log. I have to kill it. Your IRL keeps running into scheduling issues, so you rarely get to play anymore. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. There's... So I've kind of said to people for quite a while, I feel like there needs to be an app called something dumb like Scheduler. And it's like schedule, but an R at the end instead of an E, because that's what a lot of things were doing for a little while. But essentially what I said to people what I wanted this to be is an app where you type in, like, you fill in your schedule, like what days are you working and what hours. Yeah, if you work a part-time or full-time job, it's proper 9 to 5, like, sort of thing. And you don't work casual rates, like, you get your proper hours in, like, beforehand. Then what you do is you go, okay, well, Thursday evening, my family are doing a get-together. You put that in your schedule. Oh, Can't you like set other app? I mean, I'm pretty sure there's a few apps that have naming conventions like that. But like, you do things in it where you say like, oh, I have, let's say you got a dentist appointment, you schedule that in. Yeah, it's a regular scheduling app. But what you then do is you label each task a color. The color is your privacy. So let's say red is only I'm to know what this is. Blue, okay, people and friends and family can see this. Green is everyone. What you then do, now that you've set up your schedules, you share your friend code with someone. So let's say, Rusty, you're going to be my example here. Let's say I give you my code and you give me yours. Like, we become friends on it. And then we go, okay, Rusty is in a D&D group. D&D group has blue level clearance. You don't get to see the red stuff, you know, your private only you stuff, but I can see anything you've put down as blue or green. Meaning I can see when you're working if you put that down as blue. I might see you'll, like, if something is scheduled as red, it just says Rusty is busy. So for example, if you don't want anyone to know that you're going to the dentist, they don't have to know that's what's happening. They just know, hey, you're busy at this time. And then what happens is you add more and more people into this D&D group. So let's say we get Fruitsy in there. We get, let's say, Juna into it. Then the schedule app will be able to look at all of this and be like, oh, would you look at that? The group is, everyone is free on Saturday between 5 p.m. and 8 p.m. And then everyone can look at the app and be like, hey, want to get together for D&D on Saturday, 5 p.m. to 8 p.m.? Yeah, okay. Let's get together. Boom. Scheduling conflict. Fixed. Your family want to do a get-together. Hey, when's everyone free to do Tyler's birthday party? Oh, I can't do Saturdays, I work Saturdays. Well, I can't do Sundays, I work Sundays. Well, how about we do dinner on Sunday? Oh, well, if it's dinner, I can make it. Like, oh, well, I can't make it. Like, well, dinner is Saturday? Oh, well, if it's dinner, I can make it on Saturday. You know what? Scheduler. Put it all in. Look at your family. Hey, Tyler's birthday coming up. We're all free Saturday dinner. Yep, okay, cool. Boom. Scheduled. Done. Do you use something like that? Maybe a specific shared Google Calendar? Like an idea where it updates automatically? Like, that's the thing that I've said to people that I wanted. Is like, it's sort of like the shared calendar. But you're able to create groups, because I remember saying the calendar back for, you know, Final Fantasy days. I was like, hey, if we're trying to plan FC events, we need to know when people are free. Why don't we use something like this? No. Like, I end up using another website. I can't remember what it was. But it was something to, just so it could ping people, like, through Discord. And no one wanted to use that either. I'm like, it would be so much easier than having an event organizer, which I had to be for a while, and be like, oh, when are you free? Okay, you said 1 p.m. onwards. Okay, what is their time zone? Calculated to my time zone. Dip. Alright, that's 9 p.m. for me. When are you free? You said 6 a.m.? It's 6 a.m. They live even further away from everyone else, so that actually comes to, like, very late. Okay, next person. When are you free? Oh. You're not free. This person over here, 4 p.m. your time. What is that on mine? Why can't people use a Discord, timestamp thing? And that's why I always say to people, we need something like schedule. My phone vibrated. Right, I changed my bedtime on my phone from midnight to, I think, 4. All that work and suddenly reminded why you don't play multiplayer online games. Pretty much. The effort they expected of me, because I got promoted to being a officer. Because they went, oh, we want to promote people who can fulfill certain roles. One of the other people I knew had to run a difficult raid set and try and keep, try and clear with everyone without anyone becoming too mad if you wipe. For me, they went, oh, look, everyone knows you, everyone loves you. You're seen as the heart of the FC. So you're in the position. Congrats. And then one of the other people goes, okay, cool, well, I'm out. I don't want to do the event stuff anymore. You're doing it. Okay, and what does that entail? No one knows? Okay. When I left because bullshit with someone else, the leader was like, look, you have to just put up with some people you don't like being in the group. I don't like this guy, but, I let him stay. I mean, I'd never make him one of the officers, but, I'm like, oh, he was an officer. No, he wasn't. Like, yes, he was. I'd remember if he was an officer. He literally said, I quit, you're the new event organizer, and then left the group. That was the message that he said when I joined. Well, I don't remember him doing anything. Of course not, you don't do anything in the group. You expect everything to just be all peachy. I really dislike that group. The more I think about it, the more I kind of go, yeah, I don't have good memories of that. Fresh fish? Look at the Baldwin. Of course. We'll do our best, sir. Unfortunately, we've had a poor catch in these recent days on account of the rough seas. More boats should be returning soon, but can I promise that catch, please? Don't worry, sir. The captain will have his fish, I swear it. Oh, I got Fire 2 and Swiftcast. Two AoE spells. I realized I may have stumbled upon a secret. You're an adventurer, are you not? This is sudden, but I have no one else to turn to. Last night, a gang of bandits from the XIV and Mance were in their cups. I overheard them discussing their plans. They come to collect gemstones stolen from Copperbell mines. Nashashite, I think they heard one saying. They're to meet with the co-conspirator soon at the Footfalls. What did you say? Illicit exchanges and shadowy dealings? The brass blades cannot abide by such malfeasance. Forgive my eavesdropping. I came to Crescent Cove merely to thank you in person. Never imagined I'd uncover a criminal conspiracy right outside Horizon's gates. As I quickly avoid to apprehend these thieves, we'll notify Captain Baldwin at once. No, wait, you mustn't. Oh no. Must tell me before it's too late. Captain Baldwin himself is working with the bandits. Oh. Corruption. But I feel like... Okay, I've said this quite a bit about the stream. I would be like, oh, I would like it if Cylon were to play this again. I like it if Juna could play it. I like it if Deadson could play it, or Fritzy could play it, or Rusty would play it. I like it if people played. Because I like the idea of playing an MMO with friends. But if we were, and it was like a case of, we should do this raid set together, that'd be fun. We definitely need to use like a scheduling app. If instead it's just, hey, this person's online, want to do this, like, yeah, that's completely different. Captain Baldwin, sir, discovered something shocking, something horrible. Someone has been stealing gemstones from Copper Bell mines and... Oh! Wait, those gauntlets, those boots! Why, you're one of the Quiverons, man. Sir, the man is that thief and a scoundrel. And what of it? His coin's good and that's what counts. What? Captain Baldwin, are you working with these men? It cannot be. Told you to stay in Horizon, Fifalupa. Didn't have to be like this. They'd get the natural shot, I'd get my gill, and none would be the wiser. But sir, what if your crimes are uncovered? What if Lord Lolorito finds out? Oh, you fool, don't you see? I'm acting under the authority of Lord Lolorito himself. Oh, no, that can't be true. Why do you think people join the brass... Oh, sorry, wrong one. Why do you think people join the brass blades, Fifalupa? To serve and protect? When are the bloody flames here? We do this for the coin. You there, adventurer. You remember me? Well, I remember you. I am Sir Baron von Quiveren, the 4th Esquire. You killed my brother. Now I'm going to return the favor. Well, that settles it. Clearly in everyone's best interest that both of you die. I will... I feel like I'm meant to take down the little guys first. Yes. Something near me just fell down. Don't know what fell. Poor guy just slept through all of his allies being killed. Like, oh, you're stronger than I thought. You put me to sleep. Mid-battle apple. Aww. They died so easily. That's enough, Baldwin. Your partner is dead and your plans are undone. You have no reason left to fight. Stay out of this, Leofric. I don't take orders from you. I may have spared your life before, but if you interfere, I will show you... Well, I will not show you mercy. What mercy will he show you, I wonder? You who have done so much in another man's name. What are you blethering on about? Every fisherman in Crescent Cove knew about your meeting, you arrogant fool. Quiver's men couldn't keep their mouths shut. Imagine Lord Lolorito's surprise when he learned that a rank-and-file brass blade was using his name to advance a personal agenda. He knows 7 hells, but I'm a captain. He wouldn't. I was once a captain too, remember? And we both know what happened to me. Well fought, boy. You've been the brass blades of the Rose proud. Captain Leofric, Captain Baldwin, he said that Lord Lolorito. Lord Lolorito wouldn't waste his time on a small-scale smuggling operation. This is all Baldwin's doing. What else did he say? That all our brethren know better? And that each and every one cares naught but coin? Mere excuses to justify his schemes. Aye, we've no shortage of greedy sods. Some who'd probably sell their own mothers into slavery if the price was right. But there are men like you for Philippa. Men good and true, whom the small folk respect. Why I gave you the dagger. The brass blades of the Rose need a leader with honor. You're the most honorable man I know. Captain! Thank you for your help. Captain and I will escort Captain Baldwin back to Horizon. Pray visit me in town when next you return. Go back to my helmet. Alright, so I know I'm meant to. I want to check out the town without an Aetherite, but really should. I know why they will never give it one, because story-wise, it's not meant to. We must speak to Swiragayan. Hello, your world. You there? Yes, you, the decisive unfashionable adventurer. Must be good. Never in my life have I seen such unapologetic focus on function at an extreme cost to form. Mere sight of you fair makes my eyes bleed. As a lover of all things aesthetically pleasing, I cannot in good conscience allow you to continue roaming the realm in that sorry state, though your appearance can yet be salvaged through the use of color. We'll teach you how to go about dyeing your outfit. First, I must have a drink. The heat has given me a vicious thirst. I won't be able to talk for any length of time. Maybe you get me a bottle of orange juice at the store to the northern gates, would you? Once I've moistened my throat, we shall see about business of remedying your appearance. So, fun fact, I never knew you could just buy orange juice here. I used to teleport back to town and buy it from the market board. Very smart of me. Hey, Joe, you bought me my orange juice. As you've forgotten, the merchant is Suzy we found just inside the northern gates. Oh, that's a relief. Finally, I can teach you how to bring color to your life. Listen, there are items called colorants, which allow folks to dye their outfits a veritable rainbow of colors. These colorants are simple to use. Adventurers have no excuse to be fashion unconscious. Lest you worry about dyeing will affect your garment precious properties, may rest assured it will not. The practicality your adventurers love so much will not suffer for the change in appearance. Change for the better. It's also gladdening you to know that the garments can be dyed repeatedly, so there is no fear of getting locked into one color. The garish pink that seemed like such a wonderful idea after a dozen glasses of red can be undone. And that is all you need to know about dyeing gear. Now, what are you waiting for? Get out there and bring some color to your life. Ooh. So, all the dye in the game can now be handed into Calamity Salvages for the standard Spectrum dye. This allows you to use it for many colors. So before you would have to be like, oh, this uses specifically honey yellow, millicorn yellow, cool yellow. Now it's just this one. You get these, which needs wide spectrum dye 1 or 2. Or like specialty 1. And then you also get still the special general purpose. I believe so. A nice change, because my goodness, some dyes were hard to get. I had a glamour. Dear, 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 this will never do. My sense of aesthetics simply won't allow it. How can you go out dressed like that? My dear, if only you'd hold a spare thought, or your spare thought, for style and coordination. I hope your garb holds up during a scuffle, because there's little else going for it. That's it, made up my mind. From this day forth, I will take it upon myself to save you from any more fashion disasters. I see. So much that needs to be addressed. Where to begin? You didn't get me a drink. Feeling rather parched. Let's go to the pissed piece and ask for cleaned. Have some blood orange juice. Tell her to make sure there's no pulp in it. Yes, ma'am. Right away, ma'am. I just hit a realization. So there was a glamour update in whatever 0.4, one of the more recent ones, where you were no longer restricted to your class for glamours. So you could wear a paladin's outfit on a red mage if you really wanted to. I just realized I can have a chef's outfit on anyone. I'm happy with this. Oh, so Red Game sent you, did she? Well, we've never known anyone to be so lazy. But kill her to come in and get it herself. Here you are. She shouldn't let her push you around, you know. Give her an ilm and she'll take a mile. How's that drink coming along? Delicious, nothing better on a hot day. Some say I have an expensive taste, but life's too short to settle for second best. Of course, that extends to my choice of wardrobe too. Your outfit is terrible. Now that I'm feeling refreshed, shall we get started? Do you know, dear, you look a lot less drab than you had to apply glamours. What's a glamour, you ask? Well, use a glamour prism as a catalyst to project the image of one item onto another. It's just an illusion, mind, but very convincing. This means the original object stays essentially the same. Just takes on a new appearance, that's all. Remember, if you fancy change, you don't have to stick with the same glamour. Just apply one over the top. Or use a glamour dispeller to return the object to normal. Why sacrifice style for such humdrum trifles as durability or protection from bodily harm? Limitless possibilities for self-expression are just a couple of glamours away. Go ahead, give it a try. And do make it quick, dear. For my sake, find your uninspired attire more and more offensive with each passing moment. Glamour dresses are now available in the inn. There's another quest, but I believe it's how you can learn how to craft them. I don't have a crafter. Question, is that a repeatable quest? Oh no, it'd be the crafting tome vendor. I'm seeing. Yes. This is just a random quest. I could just see the repeat looking item. Simple. So now I can glamour on a beret. And keep... Does that just add... No, that's the easier. No. Curious what that was I could see. Little guy. A sip of my drink. Any of the leave meat? And we can also unlock the guild house. Guild has a very... not overly great, like, I guess it's meant to teach you different mechanics before they did the smith, and they just left it in. But it doesn't give you much of a reward. Like, the first time you complete it, you get a little bit extra. But it's like basic training, how to defeat enemy parties. I think there's only 2 that you need to pay attention to, instead of just killing everything outright. Welcome back. So much has happened. Captain Baldwin has been arrested and stripped of rank, which means the brass blades of Rose no longer have a captain. Until a new one is designated, I've been ordered to serve as acting captain of the Horizon Garrison. Though, doubtless this is only a temporary arrangement, I'll do my utmost to represent my brethren and protect the people of Horizon. Thank you for your service to the Sultanate. You're a true hero. Oh, well, thank you. Secrets and lies. I salute you, honored friend. As acting captain, I should be much obliged you would grant me a personal request. Now, efforts to ascertain the full extent of the former captain's corruption, we've been poring over his personal correspondence. As such, unearthed this sealed letter addressed to a man named Owen. But he's one of the Sultan's sworn elites. I can think of no reason why I would have any dealings with Baldwin. We now know that the former captain was consorting with a coalition of criminals. Maybe that Owen was too? Then it may serve well as evidence in that collusion, but dare not tamper with it myself. Given the events of recent days, I knew not whom to trust with this information. Till now, I've chosen you. Pray bear the letter to Mistress Mumady of the Quicksand, and relate the circumstance of his discovery. Not only is she a staunch supporter of the Sultanate, or Sultanas, but she is well acquainted with the Sultan's sworn. You will know how best to proceed. Return spell. May as well just make it a quick... Nope. I wonder how many people really just stand around to show off their glamours. Oh, they had the Moogle hat. Temporal's been too long. The Danon tells me you've been keeping busy in Horizon. I want you to know that I'm grateful for everything you've done for the people of Oldal. Even though you've seen the city inside of our city, you've continued to help our fellow man. Believe me, the folk around here love you for it. What is it? You look like you've got something to say. Do you? Got a letter? So that's what it's all about. Philippa's thinking Owen may be in the league with Baldwin. But this letter could be proof of something shady. Well, you needn't worry. Owen's as low as salt and sworn as I've ever known. I haven't the full years what this says, but... Wait a minute. Wasn't Owen the one who... Oh, hell, I got a bad feeling about this. Listen, I think I know what it's all about, but I need you to swear to keep it quiet. If you'd rather wash your hands of this business, I won't hold it against you. But if you're determined to see it through to the bitter end, then I'll explain. Ba 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 dow. Hello, Innkeep. Okay, we now got the glamour dresser. While we don't have anything in here, we do have our old. You know what? There is no point in putting it in. But a 1.0 gear is in the glamour dresser. I can... dress in it now. Whenever I want, I can look homeless. I kind of want to continue going. I really do. Hunger, unfortunately, is getting to me a little bit too much. Like, it... I'm gonna have to scrounge around for something to eat. But... going through the old story, like, I'm really enjoying it. Even, like, just reading what's happening as well, because I remember doing this in the past and just skipping a lot of stuff. You're like, no, skip. So, it is quite good. I am enjoying it. That said, I'm way too hungry. I desperately some food. We will raid out to someone. I haven't raided Starling Knights in quite a long time. They're currently playing some Palia. Ugh, stretch! I do want to thank you all for coming on by. Really does mean a lot. Really appreciate seeing you all. I'll be back tomorrow. I know Tuesday is usually meant to be for art. I've been doing collabs with Silime for a while on Tuesdays. I don't think we got a collab for tomorrow. But I might just jump back into Final Fantasy because I'm paying a monthly sub. I kind of want to continue playing. I'll post the raid messages here. If you would like to use either of the two. Also, if you're not already in the Discord, here's my Discord link. Feel free to jump in and say hi, chat a bit. I really got to post more in there. But that's going to be it for now. Do take care of yourselves, everyone. As always, keep being you. Keep being awesome. Keep being amazing. Check so you're the only you that can be you. Here's Nick, starting on out.